What's going on, everybody?
Herbert, originally an
Okay, I'm not
Foreign trolls.
watching a fucking hour of that.
Hi, everyone. For to the economy. Most of this video is based on a report written by AI researcher Ajaya Kochhar. Let's start by talking about the basic ingredients of an economy from a macroeconomic perspective. You have three things: labor, capital, and technology or productivity. Labor is people who are willing to go to work. Capital is any money or investment into physical infrastructure that makes that work more efficient. And technology defines how productive you can be using that capital and that labor
The fuck is this guy wearing on his hand?
to figure out how to solve problems. This is the Solow-Swan model from 1956. It's a very long-running and simple way to model how the economy works, but it has a lot of predictive power, and a lot of other models have been built based on top of the mathematics of this very simple triad: labor, capital, technology. Again, just to note that capital in this context doesn't just mean money, it means any resources that you've invested into.
Gay.
This is Democracy Watch. So Mark, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has just been referred to the Justice Department for his failure to disclose gifts and income as required by the Ethics in Government Act. Is this enough of a predicate to open some type of criminal investigation into the Supreme Court Justice?
So we've talked a lot on this series about how there are two tiers of justice in this country, right? I have complained over and over again, as you have, that Donald Trump, despite all of his whining, is actually gotten treated much better by the criminal justice system than anyone else. And so, if you were a regular run-of-the-mill federal employee who repeatedly failed to disclose under penalty of perjury, which is how you fill out these forms. You actually sign the forms and it says under penalty of perjury. If you had a federal employee who filled out these forms, as they do, who repeatedly omitted not just small gifts, but gifts that were in the millions of dollars, and particularly if the person giving the gifts had business before the agency, yeah, it would be enough, at least for an inspector general investigation and potentially a criminal investigation. But we do live in a system of two tiers of justice. And we do live in a system in which the Donald Trumps of the world do get to be in contempt of court and don't get in trouble. They get presidential immunity. They get delays upon delays upon delays. So do I believe that there will be a criminal investigation of a justice of the Supreme Court? No, I don't. And that is the reality of, and it's the bitter irony that when you hear the powerful complain that they are being held to a different standard, I shake my head and say, yes, you are, but not the way you think.
Right. Well, what really stands out here is that the Senate actually found that Justice Thomas accepted even more undisclosed luxury travel sponsored by Harlan Crow, this time a private jet flight from Hawaii to New Zealand. We did an episode just a few weeks ago about Justice Thomas having to amend his financial disclosures because he neglected to include major gifts. So could there still be more out there after all of this media scrutiny?
Yeah. I mean, look, we say all of this media scrutiny, but honestly, right, the scrutiny here has largely been, and kudos to them for doing this, but it has largely not been by the news outlets that right cover the Supreme Court, right? I mean, that's the irony, right? It's been sort of journalists, investigative journalists, and journalists who care about good government who have been leading the charge here. But, the problem with the Supreme Court is that unlike members of Congress, where there are a score of journalists who are poring over everything they do to try to see if there's a misstep, unlike the presidential campaigns or governors, where there are press corps that just cover them day in, day out, a lot of the Supreme Court media coverage is basically like just taking what the Supreme Court says and then right translating into English to people. They're not actually covering the justices of the court in a critical fashion. And I think that has to change. So is it possible that there is more out there? Well, of course there's more out there because Brian, it's been months and months where each time we say, well, is it possible there's more out there? There's a lot more out there. It's not like they're finding a couple of things here and there. They're finding they're breaking major stories.
Yeah. Well, what kind of legislation then would actually serve as a proper deterrent for this kind of behavior?
Look, I think a few things. I mean, the first thing is that we need to reorient our system of government. That we expect that justices on the Supreme Court will be held to a higher standard than career civil servants, not a lower standard. Right? That's number one. Number
What is it with white women and being impressed by some mundane fact? It's bizarre. I don't know what you're talking about.
two, we need reforms to the law that make it explicitly clear that if you fail to properly disclose gifts, that will be treated seriously. Like, that is not going to be a slap on the wrist. We also need to ban those gifts. Like, I mean, the truth is, I couldn't buy a member of the House or the Senate or someone in the executive branch. I couldn't buy them a $100 bottle of wine. They'd have to pay for it or return it.
Yeah.
Why on earth are Supreme Court justices, left, right, middle, across the spectrum, why are they accepting gifts? Why are they accepting any of these gifts? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the disclosures of what
It really doesn't matter if they disclose anything because they're still accepting gifts, and they're retarded, bizarre, extravagant gifts.
Hill
Fuck is this? Why am I getting recommended this?
staffer or an executive branch staffer puts on their forms around.
After helping to invent metal with Black Sabbath, Ozzy struck out on his own at the end of the 70s and started to look for a guitarist. As part of this search, Osbourne auditioned Randy Rhoads. Rhoads had actually grown up hating Sabbath and originally didn't want to audition, but a friend pestered him until he finally gave in. When Rhoads showed up to the audition, Ozzy was drunk as hell and told Rhoads just to play anything. Ozzy remembered the moment in an interview with Stereo Gum. He started playing and I was like, what the fuck is this? Even in my stupor. I put it to him this way: I don't know if you're as good as I think you are, but I'll see you tomorrow. The next day, when I was sober, he just blew my mind. He was fucking unbelievable. Ozzy wouldn't be the last to have his mind blown by Rhoads. In 1980, Rhoads and Osbourne released their first collaboration together, Blizzard of Oz, which featured the instant classic Crazy Train.
Ozzy Osbourne was quite a character.
Gifts. It's like I had a wedding and someone bought me a table setting. Like, it's not these kind of lavish gifts. So these need to be banned. And then we need to look seriously at Supreme Court reform more generally, not just an ethics code around it, but they have become impervious to any kind of accountability by Congress. When you and I talked about this in an episode a long time ago, it felt like a long time ago. The Senate asked the Chief Justice to come and explain some of this stuff, and he turned down the offer. And at the time I said, boy, this is a real mistake on the part of the Chief's standpoint. Like you are not above congressional oversight. No one's above oversight by the other branches. So we need to reset a culture here of oversight, both by Congress and the executive branch of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court obviously has oversight of basically everything else. So I think that's really important.
Well, not only impervious, but actually
panic and chaos after an off-leash dog lunged and snapped up the smaller pup named Sky.
Yep, it's always the fucking assholes with uncontrollable dogs that leave them off leash.
Felt like 3 to 5 minutes of just torture and agony.
Dodo donates $2. Did you hear about Ukraine invading Russia? Yes, I did.
We found 1.7 million missing original ballot images for the November 2020 election in 2021, when they were supposed to be retained under the federal and state statutes, which I showed. There were 5 million ballots cast. We only received 3.3 million back. This rule is to do memory card retention. The issue is to change the memory card retention rule. And before we talk about, whoops, we lost that. Before we, there we go. Before we get into the memory cards, I think it's important to understand scanners from ballot marking device selection summaries. And then there are the compact flash cards that are in audit law.
Okay, so he's just full of shit. Would you direct your FDA to revoke access to the abortion medication mifepristone? You could do things, absolutely. Those things are pretty open. That is the exact opposite of what you should say if you want to be elected.
Yeah, please.
There are other things the federal government could do, not just a ban. Would you direct your FDA, for example, to revoke access to mifepristone? That's one of the things.
Sure, you could do things that would supplement, absolutely, and those things are pretty open and humane. Yeah, please.
So he's saying he's going to ban mifepristone. Like, what is he doing? It's like he's not media trained at all. Just, like, it's good for us, but...
Please don't let...
Trump is a fucking whack job.
You can't do this.
Oh. Wow, that's a nice kitty. He loves his
Please don't let
human. That's amazing. That's a nice kitty. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's see.
When Sky was finally released, video captures this suspected owner leashing the dog and fleeing.
Stop! Stop her!
Despite attempts from Good Samaritans to get her to remain on scene, the woman scrambles away.
I think at the end of the day,
Wow.
I got fired from my job for telling my Trump-supporting boss he is a traitor to this country and deserves to get shot at a Trump rally. Am I the asshole?
No. He would be the asshole for wanting to vote for Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
it has happened, whether Sky had lived or passed on. I think that's a coward move to just run off.
Now, days after the Monday attack,
That woman is a fucking scumbag.
despite online attention and news coverage, the city's animal services department says the owner hasn't come forward.
I would sort of put this at the same bar as if someone is involved in a traffic incident and you leave the scene.
There should be some consequences for her. I mean, a dog died. You know, that's terrible.
Sky was on.
Yeah, if you have the ability to, you should carry a knife on you. In case a dog attacks either you or your own dog, you can just, like, stab the other dog. Like, if a pit bull attacked Finn, like, he'd be fucking dead. So do whatever you can to get the dog off of your dog. Gouge its eyes out, slit its throat open, stab it in the side. Like, that's just fucked.
On leash with her family when the dog came from out of nowhere. The attack happened by all these picnic tables where there are families and kids, a busy area where dogs are not allowed to be off leash. Those who don't comply with the city's bylaw could face a fine between $250 to $10,000.
A large fine can send a very strong message that this is not going to be tolerable.
There could be consequences for the dog in question, too.
They could be facing an aggressive dog designation, potential destruction for their dog through an application in the courts. There could also be several other things that happen. We're looking at potentially civil.
Yeah, dude, that was like a big ass fucking dog that attacked their dog. And that was just a little tiny fluffy dog. Like, again, if you have a violent, aggressive dog that is just big, strong, can rip apart your dog, do whatever the fuck you have to get them to stop biting. Gouge their eyes out, stab them. Anything you can, get them the fuck off.
Damages.
I think he just misses her sister.
They're searching for justice and accountability for their tiniest member of the family. Angela Jung, Global News.
That lady is a piece of shit for fleeing the scene.
On September 10th, Santana High School shooter Andy Williams will make his case for parole. For the first time since the shooting 23 years ago, victims and families will confront Williams and share their stories of the unrelenting pain and anguish he has caused them. Meanwhile, Williams will tell the parole board how he has made amends during the past 2 decades behind bars. In an exclusive interview with CBS 8, the attorney representing Andy Williams talks with us about the hearing and what will happen if Williams is granted parole.
Heading towards the back and peeked out the main office door, and we just heard 3 or 4 more shots going on.
It was my 16th birthday, and I heard what sounded like firecrackers going off. And then I saw Andy come out of the bathroom.
Armed with a .22 caliber pistol, 15-year-old Andy Williams opened fire.
You girls all right?
The complete and utter destruction of Logan Paul. Is that CoffeeZilla who uploaded that? Have we seen this? Corrupt YT. Dude, it's 10 hours long. Bro, I'm not sure if I can get through all that.
You see Gideon say Logan Paul faked.
See the terror in people's faces. That's how you knew, because they were running for their lives.
Within minutes, Williams killed 17-year-old Randy Gordon and 14-year-old Brian Zucker and injured 13 others.
Here he comes out of the car now.
Just 15 years old at the time, Williams was tried as an adult. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder and 13 counts of attempted murder and was sentenced to 50 years to life in state prison.
At that age, you know when you're taking a life.
Former classmates say they are still haunted by the memory of that day.
The idea of him being released early, it's just, it's not fair.
For Lauren Gaines, the trauma affects her in the simplest of ways, even when she says goodbye to her kids before school.
I think about sending them to school every day, worry that something's going to happen to them. And that will never go away.
For years, Gaines and others traumatized by the shooting took some comfort in knowing Williams would remain behind bars until at least 2051. But now they face the realization that Williams could soon be a free man after serving less than half of his original sentence.
There's a high likelihood that the parole board will grant his suitability.
So how is it that a convicted school shooter who murdered 2 teenagers gets a chance at parole? Attorney Laura Shepard represents Williams in his quest for parole and explains the laws have changed.
Our state law now does not allow a 14 or 15-year-old to be charged as an adult in the first place. So if Andy were to have committed this crime today, he never would have even been charged as an adult. He wouldn't have had a life.
Dodo donated $2. Trump's pissing himself. Ugh. Yeah, Yeah, Trump is losing a lot of steam. That's pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Life sentence, he wouldn't have been sent to an adult prison.
Shepard specializes in youth offender parole cases and says while the relatively new law passed in 2017 is not retroactive, it does make Williams eligible for early parole. And she believes he has a strong case.
The first reason I think he should be released is that he never should have been in adult court in the first place. But the second reason is, yeah, I 100% do not believe that he's a risk to the public. Over the past 24 years, he's experienced a lot of treatment, a lot of accountability, a lot of punishment also. And he is genuinely remorseful. He's matured tremendously. He's 38 years old, and I think he's undergone more self-reflection than most of us do in our lifetimes.
She says during his time in prison, Williams has earned an associate's degree. He is a certified drug and alcohol treatment specialist and was recently transferred to the California healthcare facility in Stockton, where he works as a counselor, a profession he hopes to develop outside of prison if he is released, but not here locally.
He does not intend to move back to San Diego. He has loved ones here, but he doesn't want to traumatize the community. He doesn't want to scare anyone. And so even though he knows he's no danger to anyone, he's going to move to another community in California, which the parole department...
That's kind of fucked. You shoot up a bunch of people and then you're let out like in 20 years?
allows for that, and settle there, work in most likely a recovery home as a drug and alcohol treatment specialist.
But for the parents and families of the two young boys who were murdered, and for a community still scarred by the shooting, they're left to wonder, does Williams deserve to be set free? Many say, absolutely not.
And after 20 years, Randy and Brian don't get to come back from the dead. I mean, the psychological effects just don't magically wipe away after 20 years. And so people have to be held accountable for their actions.
One thing both sides agree on, Williams' actions that day were monstrous and cruel. But now...
That's pretty fucked.
Tash Peterson, if you don't know her name, you probably...
Oh my God.
know her face from all of the media attention, often branded the new That Vegan Teacher or That Vegan Teacher's daughter, which really confused me for a while. I thought she was That Vegan Teacher's daughter because I'm old. Point is, she's provocative.
You're stupid. You're not old. You're stupid.
Like that.
Like, by the way, That Vegan Teacher isn't even a provocative figure. All she does is sing songs on a ukulele. And if she says the most minor thing that anybody disagrees with, like she'll criticize religion, she'll compare animal agriculture to a Holocaust, which it is. Oh my God, she's fucking crazy. How can she do that? The reason she gets this much hate and harassment is because, one, people are miserable fuckheads, and they hate to see a sweet old lady having fun, you know, singing songs and, you know, promoting veganism. So because they're fucking miserable pieces of shit, they try to make her miserable. And two, they see her as an easy target. I don't know how it's the case, but she gets more hate, harassment, and criticism than me, which is crazy. But they just see her as an easy target. Other people know that if they fucking make videos about me, I'll make video responses back. I will make them look like absolute fucking fools. I'll challenge them to debates. And then when they refuse, they're gonna look like fucking disingenuous pussies. And they know I can kick their fucking ass. So that's the only reason people criticize That Vegan Teacher the way they do.
vegan teacher. But rather than saying or singing controversial things, Tash goes to storefronts, restaurants, and screams about animal abuse.
The sounds you hear now are pigs screaming for their lives inside carbon dioxide gas chambers.
She smears herself in her own period blood. Normal stuff. While disruptive protesting certainly isn't new, it certainly isn't common either. The vast majority of vegans and animal advocates do not do this sort of in-your-face activism, in-your-face protesting, but maybe we should. But first, why do this at all? Why do any form of activism? To influence people, right? To influence people to change their behavior. In this case, to convince people to stop eating animal products. So if a form of activism isn't doing that, it isn't convincing people, or it isn't convincing as many people as another form of activism, it isn't as effective as another form of activism, or it's actually having the opposite effect, so in this case, it's encouraging people to eat more animal products, then we would want to avoid that form of activism.
By the way, this fucking moron encourages people to eat more animal products. Her entire audience is made up of carnists who watch her videos so that they can get reassurance from a vegan that it's okay to eat meat. That's why people watch her. She has made statements like, eating meat's a personal choice. We shouldn't judge people for eating meat. It's okay to eat some meat sometimes if that's the best you can do. It's fine to go out to restaurants and eat meat if you really can't handle, being vegan in social situations. She reaffirms to people that it is, morally acceptable to eat meat, and carnists watch her content and say, oh, I like this vegan. She's really non-judgmental and she doesn't judge me for eating meat. Yum, 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 yum. This is a good chicken wing. So, yeah, congratulations. You're the exact problem you're talking about.
Maybe that sounds really simple and obvious, but I think it needs to be stated because I think it's too easy for activists to lose sight of that. I think it's all too easy to just assume that whatever activism you're doing is good because the fact you care enough to even do activism is good. It almost feels wrong to question people who are getting out there and trying to positively influence people. You're advocating for the environment. You're advocating for the animals. You care. You're being compassionate. It's good. It's all good. But if the ultimate goal, again, is to influence people, then it can't all be good. There's going to be forms of activism that are more effective than others. And there might even be some that are harmful. And study after study points to disruptive activism, even sometimes nonviolent disruptive activism, as being less effective or even being harmful. A very recent example of this, throwing soup at art, shifted people's views of climate protests, but maybe not in the right way. So when asked if nonviolent disruptive actions decrease or increase support for efforts to address climate change, 40% of over 1,000 respondents said it had no effect, and 46% said it decreased support. Only 13%.
So these polls are extremely unreliable, and they don't actually indicate, like they don't tell you about any cultural or policy changes that might arise from these sorts of protests. You can look at the women's rights movement and feminists, protests for the right to vote. Women were literally bombing government offices. They were taking to the streets and lighting businesses on fire. They were getting, literally pole arms. They're getting pitchforks and shit and marching down the street to, parliament buildings, demanding the right to vote, or they're going to literally siege the government. If you were to poll people at the time, most of them probably would have said, oh yeah, fuck feminism, women shouldn't have a right to vote, see, they're all crazy bitches. Why would you want women to have a right to vote when they're acting all fucking periody like this? Well, guess what? They ended up getting the right to vote. Everyday normie jackasses aren't the ones that make policy decisions. So fucking Joe Idiot, who works as a truck driver, who doesn't like climate protesters because they block the fucking road and makes his job harder, he's not the one making decisions in government, deciding whether or not to reduce carbon emissions. So these polls really mean nothing, and especially when you're talking about something like climate activism, it doesn't really matter if there's wide public support. What matters is whether or not there's enough government interest in a certain issue. Because, guess what? When you have politicians who can just see hard data, like, okay, well, we aren't as efficient at, making food. Food production's going down because of climate change and, really severe weather. We're seeing way more heat-related deaths or forest fires or flooding, and our infrastructure's fucking crumbling due to climate change. Again, your average Joe Idiot isn't really, seeing these numbers and may not be personally interested because they're not seeing the effects of climate change, but, people in government are, and they have to, kind of figure out how they're going to manage their spending. So, what does any of this matter?
Said it increased support. The youth protesters have their heart in the right place, but the organizations behind these protests need to do right by them by being smart about the design of any public interventions. That means, among other things, choosing sensible actions and appropriate targets. If we are to win the battle against polluters and their enablers, we will need public opinion on our side, not theirs.
No. You do not need public opinion on your side to make policy changes to combat climate change.
But what about veganism specifically? Are there any studies looking at vegan activism? There are. The wonderful people at Faunalytics published 2 studies back in 2022. They have their key findings and their recommendations.
Faunalytics is not a particularly reliable source. They're the ones who made that survey that a bunch of carnists rely on to say 84% of vegans quit. It was a really bad survey. It was extremely unclear, and a lot of people misunderstood it. So they're not the most reliable or reputable source.
Recommendations here on their website, and you can also download the entire report for free. They do this, I believe, with all of their studies. All of the studies I've read from them are free, are available to the.
So I can guarantee you this is absolute garbage dog shit data. Planting seeds, the impact of diet and different animal advocacy tactics. So the problem with most of these stupid-ass surveys is they don't actually find out whether anybody actually went vegan. All they do is ask for some sort of self-report about how they feel about a certain type of activism. Well, obviously, when you have a fucking target group for your activism, they're likely not going to like you regardless. So if you do things that don't challenge their belief system, don't question their moral values, and don't give any sort of moral incentive for them to change, well, they're obviously going to have a preference towards that sort of activism, but it's obviously going to be less effective because you're not actually incentivizing them to change. Let's see. To assess people's perception of what is most impactful. So yeah, right there in, it's not even like, I don't even know if you can technically call this an abstract, but to assess people's perception of what is most impactful. So they're not seeing what type of advocacy actually convinced people to go vegan. They're just asking people, how would you prefer vegans to act? Would you rather them sit at home, do nothing, and not bother you? Or would you rather them, challenge your fucking, your lifestyle choices and moral decisions? That's basically what they're asking. We also directly asked them whether their most recent experience with animal advocacy changed any of their behaviors. The second study was an experiment which let us be sure about causal direction, whether advocacy caused behavioral attitude changes, or instead whether people with pro-animal behaviors or attitudes sought out advocacy. So, again, we're interested in turning people vegan, not buying grass-fed, free-range fucking meat. So we'll see what they found. So, like, again, the only outcome we care about is whether they went vegan or not. Key findings: news articles and social media posts reduce self-reported animal product consumption for people who identify as part of a meat-avoiding group, but not for full meat eaters, omnivores. Yeah, no shit. Meat avoiders, reducitarians, pescatarians, vegetarians ate 1.3 to 2.3 fewer weekly servings of animal products after reading a social media post or a news article about farmed animal welfare compared to those in the control group. Meat eaters' diets were unaffected by these forms of advocacy. It's because they're immoral fucking pieces of shit. Protesters showed inconsistent but troubling backfire effects for both meat eaters and meat avoiders, with disruptive protests causing more issues. On average, meat eaters reported 0.6 more weekly servings of animal products after watching a disruptive protest compared to those in the control group. Neither disruptive nor non-disruptive protests had any effect on meat eaters' general support for farmed animal welfare or willingness to sign a welfare petition. Further, while meat avoiders tend to be more supportive of welfare improvements, which again, we don't care about, we care about animal abolition, significantly fewer meat avoiders signed the petition after watching either a disruptive or non-disruptive protest. So this finding is completely and utterly useless, and we do not fucking care. I don't give a shit if somebody signs a petition. I care if people go vegan, so not a fucking relevant finding. Whether someone is a meat eater or a meat avoider also influences how they respond to advocacy, which in turn predicts their likelihood to take pledge to sign a petition. Don't care. What does a petition do? Nothing. Educational information about animal welfare labels didn't change people's intentions to purchase animal products with or without a welfare label. People's support to sign welfare petition was influenced by species targeted. Again, don't care. Nothing to do with veganism. 41% of individuals who had experienced animal advocacy claimed that it influenced them to reduce their animal product consumption, with rates ranging from 24% for celebrity endorsements to 72% for reading a book about animal suffering. Okay, that seems to have some impact. Different animal advocacy methods were similarly effective across racial and ethnic groups, but some baseline differences point to the need for deeper understanding. Our experiment found no evidence that the relative effectiveness of different advocacy methods was any different for Black, Hispanic, Latino, so the recommendations below also apply for advocates working in these communities. So basically, this is just bullshit. They didn't find a negative effect for disruptive activism. I think the one finding was asshole meat eaters reported. I don't know exactly how they collected that data. On average, meat eaters reported 0.6 more weekly servings of animal products after watching a disruptive protest compared to those in a control group. So they see a video of Tash and they eat half a serving more meat. Does that make sense to you? But neither disruptive nor non-disruptive protests had any effect on meat eaters' general support for animal welfare or willingness to sign a petition. So again, none of the data they collected has any interest to us. We're interested to see how many people go vegan, and they weren't actually able to assess how many people went vegan after watching any of this content. All they did was look at whether or not they'd sign a petition. Who fucking cares?
And you can also download the entire report for free. They do this, I believe, with all of their studies. All of the studies I've read from them are free.
Yeah, it's a stretch to call these studies. They're just surveys.
Available to the public, which is awesome. You don't have to pray to God it's on Sci-Hub. No, it's just on the website for free. This Phonolytics original study looks at the relative effectiveness of different advocacy tactics and how successful each is across both the short and long term. So what are their key findings? Well, one of them, protests showed inconsistent but troubling backfire effects for both meat eaters and meat avoiders, with disrupted protests causing more issues.
By the way, they don't tell you whether or not this finding was statistically significant. So again, it's just a survey. They don't use any actual mathematical models to see whether or not these findings are statistically significant or meaningful. They just look at raw data and tell you, well,
Average meat eaters reported 0.6 more weekly servings of animal products after watching a disruptive protest compared to those in the control group. Watching a disruptive protest, not being there, but watching footage of one, correlated with greater animal product consumption. What's the point of activism again? To influence.
Cool story. If only they could provide any actual compelling evidence of this. Maybe I should read the full thing, because I have a funny feeling they only had something like 20 fucking people in the one group. Study 1, wait. Where's... That's not a... That isn't a full paper. Let's see. Study 1, method. First study examined the relationship between animal advocacy behaviors, attitude using a retrospective self-reported method. So there is an extremely high risk of bias with retrospective studies. Survey began with questions about participants' current behaviors, attitudes towards animals, followed by questions asking whether participants had experienced 16 different advocacy types within the last 5 years. So this already is basically pure garbage. Retrospective, self-reporting, extremely high risk of bias. Samples and representatives. Final sample size was 4,155 after data cleaning. Completing questions, animal advocacy, sure, black Hispanics, something or other. Okay, this isn't... I think it's study 2 where they looked at meat, like, if it increased their meat consumption. Reducing animal product consumption caused them to reduce their animal product consumption. percent reported reduced animal product consumption. Book, meat-free challenge, classroom education, documentary, leaflet or flyer, peer-to-peer outreach, graphic video, non-disruptive protest.
What's up, VG? I thought you went to bed. Are you done with Tekken?
So, she didn't read this. I'm not done with Tekken. We're probably gonna play tonight. I did go to bed. I needed some sleep. But we'll probably play Tekken later. Thanks for the donation, Butter. So, I don't think she read this. So, this is strange. Percent reported, percent reporting reduced animal product consumption. 26% of people claimed they reduced their animal product consumption after seeing a disruptive protest. But then, in the fucking abstract, they claim meat eaters increased their animal product consumption by 0.6 servings per week. So why would they say this in the abstract but not mention this finding that 26% of people reduce their animal product 26% of people reduce their animal product consumption after seeing a disruptive protest. So you may have a certain portion of these groups seeing a animal like a disruptive protest who self-report increasing animal product consumption slightly. But when 26% of people say they reduced their animal product consumption from seeing a disruptive protest, that probably negates that negative effect from that one small group of people. Reduction in animal product consumption in black participants. And for some reason, they didn't have disruptive protest in this assessment. Why didn't they have disruptive protest in the, minority groups, but they just had it in the overall sample? Okay, that's kind of weird. Percent reporting increased attention to animal welfare labels. 46% after a disruptive protest. That seems somewhat meaningful. So here we go. Sympathy to animal suffering. Percent reporting increased sympathy to animal suffering.
Does calculating your body weight times 15 equal your maintenance?
No. It does not. Thanks for the donation, Blair. 50% of people claimed they had increased sympathy to animal suffering after seeing a disruptive protest. So again, they leave this out of the abstract. They fucking fake-ass unnatural vegan doesn't mention this. Anger towards advocates. 49% with disruptive protests, which, again, doesn't really matter if people are angry at us. If 50% of people end up having increased sympathy 26% of people reduce their animal product consumption. That I don't know why that's a meaningful metric. Estimated percentage of U.S. population that has reduced animal product consumption. I'm not clear how they developed this like chart. Total effectiveness of different forms of advocacy on reducing people's animal product consumption depends on how many people are exposed to it, what impact it has on their consumption. Figure below shows our best estimates of how many people in the U.S. have been influenced to reduce their animal product consumption by each form. This analysis multiplies the percentage of the population who experienced each form of advocacy in the past 5 years by the percentage of people who said that the experience caused at least a moderate reduction in their consumption of animal products. Here we see that long-form advocacy types no longer rank as the most effective when considering their lower frequency compared to other forms of advocacy. That's still kind of unclear. Disruptive protests are still at 4%. It's not 0. So should be noted that these estimates provide only general guidance about total effectiveness. For instance, just because we estimated that currently 4% of the U.S. population has reduced their animal product consumption due to disruptive protests, that could change if resources are reallocated. However, using these figures, we can see that it would take a lot more funding and resources. So this is just looking at... This is just looking at total percentages that could be attributed to each form of advocacy. So basically, if there were vegan advocacy groups that put way more money and funding and time into disruptive protests, that percentage would increase. This isn't talking about likelihood. This is talking about the actual percentage contribution. And this is study 2. We removed any plea to reduce or eliminate animal products from one's diet in order to isolate and investigate the effect of the medium rather than messages on behavior and attitude change. What?
So what should you calculate by to find it?
You calculate your BMR and your total daily physical activity. So just go to a website that calculates energy expenditure. Most people's BMR are going to fall between 600 to 800 calories, roughly around there. And then add on top of that your energy expenditure throughout the day. Thanks for the donation, Blur. We removed any plea to reduce or eliminate animal products from one's diet. Then that isn't vegan advocacy. Like, what? Participants were randomly assigned to view one of 10 forms of animal advocacy, or to be in a control condition where no animal advocacy was shown. only a basic picture of the relevant animal or group of animals. We included 3 versions of each form of advocacy, focused on egg-laying hens, fishes, or a mix of farm animals. Each participant viewed just one form of advocacy, news article or graphic video, with a message focused on just one of those groups of animals, hens, fishes, or a mix of farmed animals. Before viewing the animal advocacy or the control, we asked participants to report how many animal products they had consumed within the last week as a way to account for their baseline consumption in some analyses. Participants then viewed advocacy or the control and answered more questions immediately after viewing the advocacy or the control. 2 weeks later, they were asked to report how many animal products they had consumed within the last week. Okay. Follow-up animal product consumption measured 2 weeks after the experiment as the number of servings consumed of dairy, eggs, fish, seafood, chicken, turkey, pork, beef in the last week. Active intentions to reduce animal product consumption. We asked them whether they would take a diet pledge or not. Active support for farmed animal welfare reform. We asked them whether they would sign a petition. Don't know why they care. Let's see. Final sample was 2,405. Of those, 2,138 completed the 2-week follow-up about animal product consumption. Okay. Results, effective animal advocacy. So this doesn't show change. Is this just baseline? We looked at participants' diets in 2 ways: consumption, level, and self-identification. For the first method, we used baseline consumption of animal products and servings. For the latter method, we split people by self-identified diet into meat avoiders, reducetarians, pescatarians, vegetarians, and meat eaters, self-identified omnivores. As mentioned in the supplementary materials, vegans were excluded from participating in the study. P-values were not adjusted since these were exploratory analyses, and applying corrections to the subset of meat avoiders would substantially limit our ability to find useful effects. As a result, these results should not be considered preliminary and preferably replicated in another study. Found that the effects of animal advocacy and behaviors did not vary by baseline consumption of animal products. Okay. We found that meat avoiders ate fewer animal products if they read a news article or social media post compared to meat avoiders in the control group. In contrast, meat eaters in most advocacy conditions ate a similar amount of animal products to controls, but meat eaters who watched a disrupted protest ate more animal products than those in the control group. So, diet pledge by self-identified diet and advocacy type. Meat eater, disruptive protest is... Why did they use these stupid color codes? I can barely see the difference between these two. I'm assuming that's it. So 32% of meat eaters decided to sign a diet pledge to reduce animal product consumption, I guess, after watching a disruptive protest. That's the petition. I think that's just... I'm not understanding this chart because it's not showing difference in animal product consumption. Support for farmed animal welfare by self-identified diet and advocacy type. Meat eaters. This isn't showing a difference in consumption. I'm not even understanding the numbers on this chart. Are these percentages? Are these a total number of people? This is bad. Intentions to purchase animal products with a welfare label. I don't know what any of these numbers mean because they don't explain. Where, like, they'll make a claim saying, like, you know, meat eating increased by 0.6 servings per week in the meat eating group if they saw a disruptive protest. But you can't find that anywhere in their data set. Number of animal products servings consumed in the last week. Okay, well, where's the change? Where's the change? Like they just don't show it in the data set. Okay, they're just very bad at communicating any of this. Yeah, okay. That's Phonalytics for you. That's a very bad survey.
Influence people, right? To influence people to change their behavior. In this case, to convince people to stop eating animal products. Further, while meat avoiders tend to be more supportive of welfare improvements, significantly fewer meat avoiders signed the petition after watching either a disruptive or non-disruptive protest. Protests also had no effect on meat avoiders' diets or general support for farmed animal welfare. What form of activism was actually effective? News articles and social media posts. However, that was just for the meat avoiders. So the flexitarians, vegetarians, pescatarians, meat eaters' diets were unaffected by these forms of advocacy. So what do Phonalytics recommend? Well, social media.
So she literally just cherry-picked what portions of this fucking survey she wanted to focus on. She literally just cherry-picked it. So, what was the actual figure here? Uh, 26% of people decided to reduce animal product consumption after seeing a disruptive protest. You just cherry-picked parts of this survey to that fit with the narrative that disruptive protests are ineffective. If you read their entire report, they found that 26% of people decided to reduce their animal product consumption after seeing a disruptive protest. There's more too. 46% of people reported increased attention to welfare labels. Percent of people also reported increased attention to animal welfare labels. And 50% of people reported having increased sympathy to animals after viewing a disruptive protest. They also found disruptive protests had a 4% overall impact on reducing animal product consumption as a percentage of all advocacy. Yeah, I think I'm wording that right. That doesn't really matter. Let me read that one portion of the survey again. It had like a 4%. Yeah. Estimated percentage of U.S. population that has reduced their animal product consumption. They also estimated that disruptive protests contribute to 4% of the estimated total of animal product consumption. Once again, you're just proving that you hate vegan activists and vegan activism, and you'll cherry pick information that fits your bias. There you go.
Media posts and news articles are good, right? They seem to positively influence meat avoiders and they don't negatively impact meat eaters. They don't correlate with an increased consumption of animal products. Also, they're low cost. Protesting, on the other hand, the accumulated evidence to date, which is minimal and would benefit from further study, leads us to believe that their impact is neutral at best, negative at worst.
Again, these are the same people that claimed disruptive protests are responsible for 4% of the total reduction in animal product consumption. 26% of people who see disruptive protests reduce their animal product consumption. 50% of people who see disruptive protests have increased sympathy for animals, but somehow they got to the conclusion that it's just neutral.
Also, the goal of activism shouldn't be to be misleading or condescending or make people angry. So, this ain't it. This study, or two studies.
Again, the only metric we care about is if people go vegan or reduce their animal product consumption. And again, according to their own research, it did just that.
Again, published in 2022. So this was before Tash Peterson did her whole stint at I want to say Fire Festival. It's Fire Restaurant. It's a different thing, a restaurant in Australia. I think he banned vegans from coming in. I don't know, vegans were annoying him or something. And so she did this whole thing at his restaurant. Point is, she did this after the Faunalytics study. And the Faunalytics study is not the only one. I've been talking about effective activism for years now on this channel. The evidence we've had on activism, on influencing people, on human psychology, and even on vegan activism specifically, has pointed against stunts like these. And yet Tash and others continue.
Cool story. This is coming from the person who says, eat meat if you feel like it.
To turn to them. It's very frustrating, and it's hard not to see it as this is just what they want to do. What kind of person does this sort of thing, right? Let's be real. Even if the evidence said this were effective, I'm not going out there and doing that. I'm not going out and being confrontational and screaming at people. That sounds like to kill me. Most people do not want to do this sort of thing, but there are many people in this world who like to be confrontational, who like to get in people's faces, who like to scream and yell, who like to get into fights even. I highly suspect the type of people who do this sort of thing like it. This is the type of activism they want to do, and so this is what they do. I'm not saying Tash and others don't care about the animals. I think both can be true, right? I think she can deeply care about animals.
Vegan was blah, blah,
in
blah,
agreement
don't
with
care.
Weren't for Tash P. Test also
Dude, she just loves the sound of her own voice.
Didn't change people's other behaviors in our experiment, despite almost 40% of respondents who remembered experiencing them in our first study reporting reducing animal product consumption. So even though people might say, oh yeah, that experience led me to eat less animal products, maybe it actually didn't. It's not like humans are good at remembering what we actually eat. So yeah, advocacy effectiveness is not an easy thing to study, but we should absolutely applaud the people who are trying to do it and listen to what they have to say, especially when that there is a financial incentive. It was mentioned that when the actions pertained to like bad actors, billionaires and their private jets, right? Oil companies, that got more support, right? People were more in support of that. And I think undercover footage probably aligns with that, right? Falls more into that category. Going up to people like while they're eating, while they're having a night out with their family who they love and calling them murderers, right? It's probably gonna get people on the defensive. Whereas saying,
again, no one cares how people feel or are personally hurt or offended when you do activism. We only care if it actually helps vegan advocacy. Don't care about anybody's feelings. I care about actual hard outcomes.
hey, these guys over here, these guys making all the money, bunch of money you don't have, by the way, they're way richer than you. They're doing some heinous shit you have to do on a daily basis. Mistreated for months before showing anyone the evidence.
Okay, whatever. That was an incredibly disingenuous fucking video. She didn't go over all the data in both of the studies that were completed. And by the way, I don't even know. I'm still confused how they did data collection. Like, they make certain claims, like disruptive activism increased animal product consumption in the meat-eating group by 0.6 servings per week. They didn't show it. They didn't actually show the data fucking anywhere. So, like, what am I to think? Like, if they won't show it and I can't see it, but they just say it, like it's just bullshit. Faunalytics is not a fucking good resource. Let's see.
Are constantly commenting on my channel, saying that Indians go bathroom on the side of the road because there are no public toilets here. And that's putting it really, really nicely. And you've even got PewDiePie mentioning open defecation in his diss track.
You got a fifth of the population in your nation, but I got 9-year-olds, the world's a whole, your defecation.
Oops. So what we're gonna do today is I'm gonna drink a ton of Gormutra, and we're gonna travel down this street, and I'm gonna show you the reality of toilets here in India. And I've chosen this street because it represents India in a nutshell. On this one street, you have mosques, gurudwaras, you've got temples, you've got slums, middle class, bade aadmi, you've got cows on the road, and you've even got massive wedding grounds. This stretch of road has absolute...
Dude, India is so fucked. You literally have people living in fucking shacks next to high-end apartment buildings.
Everything. And we don't have to go far because the very first toilet we're going to go visit is right across the road at the beginning of the street. Chalo. Government of India is building these toilets all around India, and the numbers you won't believe. I'll tell you about them later though. Let's go inside and let's check out this toilet. And actually all these toilets, they're all online, so you can just like open Google Maps and find any of these Swachh Bharat toilets. And you might think it would smell, but it's not too bad. Someone's dropped an alcohol bottle in here, someone's been drinking in the toilet. But otherwise, like, check this out, like, it's a urinal and...
That does not look particularly pleasant.
It's fine, like, I'm gonna go bathroom in it right now, hang on. I'll actually test this out. Okay, so I've tested the toilet and it's fine, it does the job. It's a urinal for males and it's on a slope, so the urine goes down and goes out to wherever the sanitation is. So you could use it for a bit of a clean, but otherwise, no issues. This is a fine toilet to use for a male. There's no female toilet here, and we'll address that later. So I can tell you that every single middle class and all the bade aadmi in this area, they all have a toilet in their house, no doubt about it. But what about the people in the slums here? Well, what do they have? Let's go further down this road, stop at the slums, and find out. So on this side of the road here, we have the slum. And then over here behind us, on the other side of the road, directly opposite it, we have this toilet built by the local Delhi government. Let's go in and let's check out what these guys have. It's quite nice, man, like the way it's all designed and the way it's all clean, like just see how clean the walls of this toilet are. So let's go in and have a look. All right, so we have the Purush here, the male toilet. Come with us, let's have a look. It's nice, man. I had no idea this existed. Oh my God. So this, oh my God, look at this. There's like places to wash yourself here. You have like, there must be like 30 or so toilets here. Hand wash.
Do they not have any soap? I'm not actually seeing any soap.
A standard Indian toilet, squat toilet, and it's reasonable, it's clean, it is clean. There's a caretaker here, and he's looking after this toilet block. Amazing. Come down here. And just rows and rows of toilets. Hi, kaise? So, aap caretaker hai? Acha, so you're cleaning the toilets. Acha, bahut dhanyavad ji. Dhanyavad. Pretty impressive, no? Like, what these guys have here. And anyone can come in here, it's free, right? We didn't pay to come in here. So you can wash yourself and you can go bathroom here. This totally services all the people living in the slum, and it's not that busy, right? And that's because I think a lot of people in the slum will even have toilets in their houses. Let's go and find out. क्या आपके घर में शौचालय है? नहीं है? ठीक है, तो ये आपके शौचालय है. ठीक है. चल. And then we've also got an equally as large female toilet here. I'm not going to go into this one. We'll go into another female toilet soon and I'll show you, but both males and females are, well equipped here to do their business. क्या आपके घर में शौचालय है? नहीं है. We're in the back streets of the slum now, just finding somebody. See if anybody has a bathroom here. यहाँ किसी के पास शौचालय है?
one toilet.
Egg toilet in this entire area. Okay, so only one person in this area has a toilet here, and we're gonna go and see it now. So we finally found a toilet here, but there aren't many toilets here. That's why they have this massive toilet outside, and there's about 64 toilets there. So the people are well served by this free toilet out there, and that's probably why they're not building their own toilets, right? They don't need to. They have this clean facility over there. Uncle's having a shower at the moment. Sorry, Uncle, sorry. You see? So they have a really simple toilet here. It's built, it works, they have the shower in here, and this is what a toilet in this area looks like. So they do have toilets, it's just not many. They're all well serviced by this toilet outside. Okay guys, see you guys later. Alvida, Femelange, and Dhanyavad. Bye, bye. All right, so far we found 2 toilets on this road, but actually there's been more that we haven't filmed. And now we're at a female-only toilet, Mahila Shauchahale. So Charles, let's go inside and I'll show you what's available for women as well. Let's hope there's no woman in there, nah? Aurat hai? Nahin, there's no one in here, Charles. Pretty basic. And yeah, just, again, you've got a Western toilet in here, and then you've got an Indian toilet in there as well. And yeah, the doors can be locked, so the woman can get privacy, and yeah, it's clean enough. The washing utensils for the toilet are kind of hidden behind this door here, so it is getting cleaned daily. And it doesn't smell. So many people.
What am I watching on my second monitor? I just have the OBS stream, the chat, Streamlabs, and the YouTube analytic thing, and sometimes I just check Facebook periodically.
People say that, toilets in India smell, but they don't. And India doesn't smell either. It's another thing trolls always, say on my channel. If anything, it smells like incense, because all the shop owners are busy burning incense, and it smells really nice. So these toilets that you've just seen, they've all been built by the local Delhi government and by the government of India. And these 2 organizations, they've built over 92 million toilets in India since 2014 as part of the Swachh Bharat campaign. And so now they reckon that over 89% of Indians have access to a toilet, which is just amazing. Those numbers are huge. But right now I want to show you a different type of toilet. This hasn't been built by the government. This has been built by a private foundation, and it's looked after by the people of this slum here in Sultanpuri in Delhi. Let's check it out. It's such a big area. Like, this land has been donated for the purpose of building this toilet. And they haven't used any government money. It's all been built by the private sector. And there are a number of these around Delhi and around India, actually. So over here, you've got this beautiful wall, and they paint it just to beautify the area, make people feel proud of their area. Hey, that dog just came out of the toilet.
Wow.
It's
a nice dog.
Huh? You can go by from here too, and it's really good to see. We'll keep walking the toilet here now. You can have hand wash and maybe 10 of these slums. They have their own industry, so they make money, and yeah, slums aren't what you think. Anyway, different video. Ciao. So you would have noticed that those toilets, they have these beautiful designs on them, but there's more things that India does to stop people peeing outside as well. So you'll see down here, there is a picture of Hanuman, and they put these pictures of gods or paintings of kind of famous Indians around the place on walls like this to stop people peeing on them, because no one is going to dare pee on Hanuman or near Hanuman, because gods and famous Indian people are so respected here. And if someone sees you peeing on Hanuman, you're gonna know about it. So there you guys have it. That's the reality here in India. Most people.
Man, I love doses. Indian food is fucking dope. It's just too bad that when you go to India, they all, like, cook food with their fucking feet and don't wash their hands. But yeah, Indian food is pretty goddamn dope. It's okay, the spices kill all the bacteria. Well, I'm not so sure about that because polio still exists in India. If it was that effective, they probably wouldn't have polio. Dude, I'd love to be able to eat samosas.
I'm back where.
Just want to be finished dieting. Oh, just want to eat normal food. Oh.
Where it all started. This is Umesh Refreshments. Namaste ji. And we're going to see exactly how they make their ghee roast masala dosa. What?
Ew. Yeah, I should have expected that.
I called the best dosa in the world, and I still think it is. And yeah, we're going to get a masterclass on exactly how this thing of beauty is made.
Forgot my notification, donated $2. Yo, finally read Berserk Chapter 376. Do you think we'll get 2 arcs, or will this be the last? I think there's a good chance for 2. One for the war with the Kushan, and one dedicated to Just Guts, Casca, Griffith Zod, Skull Knight. I'm not sure. Didn't they say there's going to be something like 14 more chapters? Didn't they give like an actual hard number on it? So I'm not sure. This all might be settled in just one arc. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
पेपर पूरी मसाला पेपर पूरी मसाला पेपर पूरी मसाला हाँ पेपर पूरी
Paper dosa.
और मसाला पेपर पूरी मसाला और ये
Wow.
Yeah, that's nasty as hell.
Look at all that ghee.
Yeah, this is why heart disease is so prevalent in India. They eat a lot of fucking processed dairy products. They eat a lot of high-fat dairy.
Masala.
और मसाला पेपर पूरी मसाला
जी सही है सही है हाँ बहुत सुंदर है Why hasn't Nintendo officially established a presence here in India? To answer that, we need to go back to the 80s when I was in New Zealand and just begging my parents for a Nintendo. So back then, Nintendo licensed their consoles to an Indian company called Samurai. Why? Because foreign companies couldn't operate independently in India. But here's the catch. Their consoles came at a hefty price tag. As a result, renting consoles, counterfeit consoles, and pirated games became more affordable and dominated the market, leaving Nintendo in the dust. And despite the gradual opening of India's market to foreign companies since 1991, Nintendo never made a comeback. Meanwhile, PlayStation and Xbox made their grand entrance, thrilling gamers across the nation. We even Desi Ada and inexpensive niche. Indians. Namaste dosto. When you visit India, you are definitely gonna meet beggars. But what you might not know.
Switch 2 comes out next year in March. I'm not really excited for Switch 2 because, one, you can only play Nintendo games on it, and they only have like 1 or 2 titles that you actually want to play. Most Nintendo games just suck. And two, like Steam Deck exists. I can play any fucking PC game I want. I can even emulate games on Steam Deck, so it's like, who fucking cares? There's way better products than Nintendo Switch or Switch 2. Ion Field donated $2. Do you World War III is more likely with Trump? Probably because Trump has appeasement policies, and whenever you appease dictators, they're just going to take advantage of you and go to war anyway. So I would say probably. Thanks for the donation, Ion Field.
Is it?
You might be right, I'm not sure. Any guesses on the ending? I'm starting to think Skull Knight and Guts might fight. I think Skull Knight has wanted the Moonlight Child dead from the beginning, either because he has always known the link to Griffith.
I seriously doubt that, because if he knew about the link to Griffith, he would have told them. So I doubt it. What I think is likely going to happen is Guts and Zod might end up fighting together again against Griffith, because Zod doesn't seem to like Griffith. There was that one chapter where he seemed very dissatisfied with what's happening. On top of that, Guts is still carrying a Bailet, and Bailets get activated when you're in the deepest depths of despair. And he's getting close to being in the deepest depths of despair. You know, he had that mental breakdown when his Dragon Slayer couldn't harm Griffith. The Beast of Darkness has been unleashed. So we might see a scene where the Bailet gets activated for Guts, and he has to make a decision to make a sacrifice in order to get the power to get revenge on Griffith. So those are two things that I think are likely to end up happening. But I don't see it being all that likely for Skull Knight to fight Guts, unless, like, again, there's a situation where the Bailet gets activated, or if the Beast of Darkness just completely takes over while he's in the Berserker armor. Yeah, that could end up happening. But I think those are the two major things that are probably going to happen. Bailet gets activated, Guts has to make a decision to make a sacrifice, and Zod is likely going to team up with Guts again. Thanks for that donation, though. Forgot my namification.
Many of them are just professional beggars. This is their job. So in this video, I'm going to show you 3 such begging scams that I've come across in my time here in India. And don't get me wrong, some beggars are genuine. They're impoverished and they suffer from significant hardships. The people you're going to see in this video are not them. These are fraudsters. These are scammers. These are people trying to take advantage of you. So I was going to film this video out on the street there, but just see what a pain that turned into. I'm just walking around Connaught Place and filming bits and pieces for this video. And all the scams, all the same scams that I showed on my channel are still happening here. Nothing changes. Thank God for those videos that you can go and watch before you come to India. This guy was just...
Hi VG. I wrote in chat some weeks ago about me being lazy since the pandemic. Just finished my 10th gym session in 16 days and damn it feels good. Almost forgot how great it feels having the routine. Thank you for streaming.
Yeah. It's funny how you can get into like a weird lazy rut, but then once you get back into it, you realize like, why did you ever stop? Totally get it. But thanks for the donation, Adios. Glad you're enjoying the stream, dude. Are you gonna get Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster? I likely will. I never played the original Dead Rising, so I probably will.
Trying to get me interested and take me for some rubbish sales.
They have it listed on Steam yet? Yeah, I probably will. Looks good. It is a massive graphical upgrade.
Pitched to his friend's store. I just speak Hindi straight away and they go, oh, it's a local, and they just leave me alone. Namaste bhai, क्या हाल है?
ठीक है मेरे दोस्त, फेस बहुत लकी है आपका।
अच्छा।
अगला जो नेक्स्ट मंथ आ रहा है ना, आपके लिए बहुत अच्छा और बहुत लकी आ रहा है।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
पर सोचा कम किया करो, थिंकिंग कम किया करो आप।
जी।
फ्यूचर के अंदर बिजनेस करना चाहते हो आप।
हाँ।
पर किसी पार्टनरशिप में नहीं करना, आप अलाउन करना।
जी।
अलाउन में फायदा भी मिलेगा आपको।
हाँ।
I was also thinking about the Behelit. If they don't fight, I would also like to see Skull Knight eat Guts Behelit and save him from fully falling to darkness in pursuit of revenge. Maybe we might see Dragon Slayer get the Sword of Actuation effect.
What is interesting, I've been thinking about this. There hasn't been any establishment that you have to make a human sacrifice. Guts has a massive affinity to the Dragon Slayer. You know, he's talked about how no matter what, he could always rely on his sword. It was basically like his best friend since childhood, the swords he's had. So one possibility is that he could make a sacrifice to sacrifice the Dragon Slayer. So, that is a possibility, and that might be a win-win, because on one hand, he gets the power to kill Griffith, and then two, he doesn't have to make any human sacrifice and sacrifice any of his loved ones like Casca. So, that is a possibility, and that'd be pretty interesting. So... yeah, and Skull Knight could just eat that Baylet and use it for the Sword of Actuation. That is possible. Yeah, we'll have to see. There's a lot of ways it could go. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Show me your hand.
क्यों?
I show you one.
What is this?
मैं एक्सपेरिमेंट करता हूँ, आपको दिखाता हूँ, अगर पसंद आएगा तो दिखाना, नहीं पसंद आएगा तो नहीं दिखाना।
Okay.
क्लोज कर लो इसको। 1 से लेके 9 तक कोई नंबर बोल दो।
Okay.
बोल दो।
क्यों?
बोलो तो सही यार।
क्यों?
कि गुड लक का टाइम है।
नहीं।
1 से लेके 9 तक कोई नंबर बोलो।
नहीं। I don't believe this.
Now you speak English.
हाँ जी।
Now you speak English.
थोड़ी सी।
Very lucky man, I look your face.
You what?
You are a very lucky man.
I'm a lucky man. Why?
Because you have very wise people. You have very true eyes. And you very
It's true. I am very lucky.
Very lucky. I'm from Varanasi.
Are you?
Babaji.
Yeah, so why are you talking to me?
Because you have very good karma, this meeting with karma. You not think so?
No, this is not karma. You're walking. No. You're walking around.
Walking. I not
You're
talk to
walking around
others.
talking to all foreigners. Someone else just tried to do this trick to me. Someone else just tried.
Everybody not
These
same.
guys, you guys are all together, eh?
Everybody not same.
You're all the
Just see
same.
what I tell you.
You guys are trying to rip off foreigners. That's it. You're trying to
See,
trick
everybody
foreigners
same.
and take money from foreigners.
What you give to me? I want to show.
Nothing. I won't give nothing to you, man.
Good luck, sir.
We met your friend, the guy in the green turban.
He's not my friend.
He's your friend, man.
He's my brother.
He's your brother. Acha. Real brother, Asli bhai.
Asli bhai.
Acha. So you guys are working together. Acha. Magicians. He knows my ex-girlfriend's name, this guy.
I know.
He knows.
Also, I tell your mum name.
What is
He's
it?
too lady looking. If I tell right, then you will believe.
You don't know, bro. You don't know.
But she's very wise, very true lady.
Obviously, she's my wife.
You know why? She's had before life is very holy life. And this life she do very good.
Yes.
Nice living with nice husband.
Absolutely.
And she get 2 boy twins.
Oh God, no.
Wait and see.
So, I mean, this is just how common these kind of street scammers and street tricksters are. We're gonna have to go back to my house so I can start this video and show you the 3 different bigger scams you're gonna find here. And the reason I'm getting hassled so much around this area when I'm filming is because this is literally the area where the government's official tourism offices, you can go there and get free advice for your trip here in India. So they know foreigners are coming to this area, and that's why there's so many tricksters around here.
Yeah, that was a nice Royal Enfield Himalayan.
All right, first up, this gang of fraudsters is collecting money for their village. Just see their tactics. What's this?
Any help? Any small item, so much please?
Yeah. Huh?
Giving?
Who's giving?
My last prediction. I think whatever Guts does choose to do in order to fight Griffith ultimately won't be enough. We might finally get the duel we've all wanted, but I think it's going to come down to the Moonlight Child.
Yeah, well, that's a funny thing. One thing that could happen is that while they're fighting Griffith might end up turning into the Moonlight Child. Then Guts has to make a decision to... So this is something that could definitely happen. Guts is fighting Griffith. Griffith turns into the Moonlight Child. The Bailet gets activated. And when the Bailet gets activated, Guts can make a choice to sacrifice the Moonlight Child to kill Griffith. Or he can choose not to sacrifice Griffith, which means Griffith stays alive, but his child stays alive. So he's going to have that dilemma to either get revenge or keep his child, but still have his enemy alive. That's definitely a scenario that could happen. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
Did you notice how she keeps following me, calling out to me, trying to guilt me? The whole point is to make me feel uncomfortable. To up the ante, they may grab your arm or grab your leg as well. That touch point can really make certain people feel very, very uncomfortable, and you may just pay them to get rid of them. That's the point. They're trying to make you feel uncomfortable. You got to learn to say no. It doesn't matter if you're in India or traveling anywhere in the world. This is like a life rule. No is the most important word in life. If someone's trying to pressure you to do anything, you don't have to do it. You don't have to say yes. You don't have to be a yes man. You got to set boundaries, and you got to say no, and you got to not let people pressure you into things that you don't want to do. So be firm with your no with these people. The goal with these professional beggars is to gain sympathy and exploit your desire to help. We all want to help within our means as many people as we can, and these professional beggars know this.
Curious Unnatural, have you seen the video of the CrossFit athlete who drowned on live TV?
CrossFit Games spectators and
I heard about this, but I didn't see the footage.
contestants, including Lazar Dukic's brother, left Marine Creek Lake heartbroken Thursday. Many of them saw up close what people watching on TV noticed near the race's conclusion. The ex-water polo player, just a few dozen feet from lifeguards on paddleboards and a few dozen yards from the shore, struggling.
Somebody actually jumped in.
So basically, he just got too exhausted and drowned.
And the one lifeguard came over and talked to him and told him to get out of the water. But he said, listen, somebody's drowning. She ended up going over to where he went under, but she just did a quick paddle around and then just paddled back out. I feel like at that point, she needed to blow a whistle and stop the event.
The event continued, and witnesses say the lifeguards on paddleboards, kayaks, and jet skis took little action. A Fort Worth Fire Department.
Well, that's what you'd expect from people employed by CrossFit Games. They're all incompetent. They can't even count.
Dive team found Dukic's body
gutted
about an hour later.
Really sad.
Don Fall is the CrossFit Games CEO. He would not detail the steps organizers took to protect athletes, but there was a plan in place for those lifeguards, he says.
All of the details around the process, the event, what unfolded today, that'll be a part of the details that we work through very closely with authorities. That'll be part of the information that's to come as part of the investigation.
This is the first time Fort Worth.
Like, by the way, these are people who are extremely fit, very low body fat, so they'll sink in water. They're not going to be particularly good swimmers because, like, they just sink like a rock. So, it's probably stupid to have these open water swim races in CrossFit because they're the types of people who will have no body fat, very high bone mineral density, large amount of muscle mass, and they'll just sink. They're not going to be particularly good at swimming to begin with, and if they get exhausted, their ability to tread water, like they're going to struggle just to stay afloat. So if they get exhausted, yeah, they're gonna fucking drown.
Worth has hosted the CrossFit Games, which had been mostly in Madison, Wisconsin since 2017. It's 30 degrees cooler there Thursday.
Every time we plan for a new venue, we go through extensive planning. We were fully, versed in preparing for it, very confident in the event that we could plan and prepare. Precautions as relates to the heat around time of day that we went through, yes.
Dukic and about 80 other athletes completed a 3.5-mile run immediately before this roughly half-mile swim. Traditional triathlons start in the water, so athletes aren't worn down until they reach the land. In Fort Worth, I'm Matt Houston.
All CrossFit Game events were canceled today. It is not clear if they will continue what is scheduled through the weekend. Now, tonight at 6, we are going to go in depth about who this victim was and the moment spectators realized what.
Well, one more reason not to do CrossFit.
Check out their documents. These documents are meant to give legitimacy to the scam. They say something happened in their village, Ranipur, and that they had to leave. We can also see the amounts others have supposedly given. The average donation is 300 rupees per person, which is unbelievably high. People here give like 10 to 20 rupees max, maybe 50, maybe sometimes 100, but I've never seen anyone give more than 100 to these types of people. The document ends with another guilt trip as well. Please help us, and God will help you. And a little research into Ranipur shows that this is a scam happening all across India. I found instances of it in Gujarat, in Assam, in Kerala, and of course here in Delhi. But yeah, it's an India-wide scam and very common. They don't even bother to change the name Ranipur. And a lot of foreigners don't know that here in India, there is government schemes and assistance for a lot of people. There's housing schemes, there's free food schemes, there's employment schemes, there's education schemes. So there is some help here for people. But the reality is begging.
Pink pouch $20. Are Salesh Rao's claims valid?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's really my privilege to speak at a venue where 200 years ago, you began rebelling against false orthodoxy. Today, I want to rebel with you against false orthodoxy by speaking on bovine matters. I mean,
I've seen this thrown around that animal agriculture is responsible for 87% of greenhouse gas emissions. That sounds unlikely. So, I'd have to actually look at the data, but that sounds too high. And this page you gave me is broken. Thanks for the donation, though, Pink Pouch.
and of course, cows. There is a cow in the room, and not everyone can see it. I hope that by the end of this debate, eyes will be opened. The orthodoxy, the herd opinion if you like, is that animal agriculture has little to do with climate change. I believe that is very wrong. I believe that based on data. I'm an environmentalist by occupation, but a systems engineer by profession, and systems is what I do. I invented the protocol for transforming early analog internet connections to more robust digital connections while accelerating them tenfold. Still today, any data accessed on the internet likely passed through a device implementing this protocol. So I plead that this House rebel once again and vote for the proposition that this House would go vegan. Veganism is defined as a philosophy and way of living that seeks to exclude, as far as is possible and practicable, all forms of exploitation of animals for food.
That is not what veganism is. Veganism is the idea of giving animals human rights.
Food, clothing, or any other purpose. It is a very British movement. It started in the UK. The proposition asks that this House go vegan, not be vegan, implying that this is a journey, not a destination. And I highly recommend this journey on ethical, health, and environmental grounds.
It's not a journey. You either do it or you don't.
And I will now focus on the environmental reasons to go vegan. It is undeniable that human civilization has adversely impacted life support systems on the planet.
The idea that you could go vegan for environmental reasons is just idiotic. It could be the case that animal agriculture doesn't contribute anything to environmental harm. It's unlikely, but again, science is ever evolving. So if it turns out animal agriculture is actually good for the environment, does that mean, we should eat animals? No. Veganism is a moral belief. It's not a belief that's based on any kind of climate science. So by definition, you can't go vegan, for environmental reasons. You go vegan for ethical reasons.
Scientists have identified 9 planetary boundaries that we must stay within for the sustainability of life on Earth. At the moment, we have transgressed 6 of them. And any one of these transgressions is enough to kill life as we know it on this planet. The good news is that when we go vegan, we help resolve all 6 of them. That's the power we have as individuals to reverse our existential crisis. Animal agriculture is the leading cause of ecological destruction because it uses 37% of the ice-free land area of the planet just to graze animals, while bottom trawling an area of the ocean floor the size of South America every year for industrial fishing. Animal agriculture is the only major activity in which we destroy forests and replace them not with other trees for timber or paper, but with grass, which drastically reduces the diversity of life that the land can support. Animal agriculture is the primary reason why humans have reduced the number of trees on the planet by half, from 6 trillion to 3 trillion over the past 10,000 years. Restoring those 3 trillion trees can draw down enough carbon to completely reverse climate change. Animal agriculture is grossly inefficient because animals must eat 39 pounds of plants to produce 1 pound of human food on average, a burden which the world can no longer afford. By going vegan, we can give nearly 40% of the land area of the planet back to nature, as well as the entire ocean. When we restore the native ecosystems on that land, we can grow most of the 3 trillion trees that we cut down over the past 10,000 years. This helps resolve all 6 planetary boundary transgressions. The least violated transgression is freshwater change. Rewilding the land that's currently used for grazing animals will restore the freshwater cycles of the planet. The next is land system change. Going vegan will allow us to return nearly 40% of the land area of the planet back to nature, resolving this planetary boundary transgression. The next worst transgression is climate change, which can be resolved when the excess carbon in the atmosphere is absorbed in the trees and soil that we can restore to the ecosystems of the planet. The next is chemical pollution, which will be safely stored away in regenerating forests when we go vegan. Eating animal foods currently delivers concentrated doses of this chemical pollution into our bodies through bioaccumulation. Therefore, going vegan addresses chemical pollution for both the earth and for ourselves. The next worst transgression is nitrogen and phosphorus loading, mainly through our overuse of synthetic fertilizers for crops. Since over half the crops are being fed to animals, going vegan will resolve this transgression as well. All of these transgressions impact wildlife, and therefore biodiversity loss is the worst of the 6 planetary boundary transgressions. By restoring habitats for wild animals and allowing them to freely live in the ocean, we resolve this transgression as well. If instead we let wild animals die, we die. It's that serious. There are 2 explanations for perhaps the greatest threat ever faced by civilization and all life on Earth: the imminent danger of runaway climate change. One explanation, the one we hear about all the time from our leading climate spokespeople, is the burning of fossil fuels. It is certainly true that the burning of fossil fuels contributes greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, thereby warming the planet. But the other explanation, what I call the cow in the room, is rarely addressed: the human folly of exploiting animals, that is animal agriculture. Excuse me. When these 2 sources of greenhouse gases are compared in the media, fossil fuel burning is almost always emphasized and is almost always assigned the greater responsibility for causing climate change. But the opposite is true. When you factor in the potential carbon absorption of the forest land that is cleared for animal agriculture, you find, with any honest accounting, as I published in a peer-reviewed paper, that animal agriculture is responsible for at least 87% of greenhouse gases on an annual basis. When I made that calculation, I did not include the respiration of farmed animals. I did not include the bottom trawling of the oceans by industrial fishing. I did not include the carbon released by pasture maintenance fires set annually on grazing lands around the world. I did not include the loss of phytoplankton populations and sea forests due to industrial fishing. I did not include these factors mainly because they haven't been reliably assessed due to a futile attempt by the orthodoxy to hide the cow in the room. But it seems clear to me that if we could estimate these factors and include them in our calculation, we would find that animal agriculture is responsible for, wait for it, more than 100% of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. Now that sounds unbelievable. How could it possibly be responsible for more than 100%? Because the evidence points to the possibility that the Earth will cool in a vegan world even if we continue all our other activities as we do today. The cessation of animal agriculture will result in healthy oceans.
I don't know if there's any data supporting that.
Healthy forests and healthy soils. And if you want to reverse climate change, then we must adopt a strategy that can draw down greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. Healthy oceans and sea forests can do that. Healthy soils and trees can do that. Solar panels and electric cars cannot. Now, I'm not a supporter of the fossil fuel industry. Far from it. It's my engineering assessment that we must wean ourselves off fossil fuels eventually, but gradually. But if we burn fossil fuels to heat and cool our homes, to transport ourselves, to ship goods, to manufacture goods, these are all social goods. What social good comes from animal agriculture? Nothing. Only obesity, heart disease, diabetes, cancer, biodiversity destruction, soil depletion, falling of our waterways, antibiotic resistance, dangerous and dehumanizing work, animal cruelty, climate catastrophe, world hunger, and let's not forget pandemics. Indeed, there is nothing that will not improve when we end the cruelty and folly of exploiting animals. I have just given you the intellectual reasons to go vegan, but lasting change comes not from the head but from the heart. In that regard, I have made a pinky promise to our granddaughter Kimaya that the world will go largely vegan by 2026, which is the year we will have killed almost all the wild animals on Earth if we do not change course. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that true to your 200-year tradition of rebelling against false orthodoxy, this House will once again break away from the herd, see the cow in the room, and vote for the proposition to help our generation keep this sacred promise for all the children of the world.
Okay.
Namaste or assalamu alaikum doston. I'm here in Faisalabad, and I'm told that the best samosas in Pakistan are right here. So we are going to go find a samosa square in a second.
Punjabi style samosas are my favorite. They're so goddamn good. Fuck me. In the ass. I love samosas.
First, where am I? This is Faisalabad. This is Guntur Park. And around this clock tower is 8 different markets. You can buy absolutely everything here. So we have a street which is all ladies' clothes. We have men's clothes. We have fabric. We have, oh my God, like electronics and mobile. There's an entire street which is just electronics and mobiles. There's tons of food here as well. Just anything you could want, you will find here around Guntur Park. Now, let's go and find this samosa square.
Dude, I hate fish markets. Oh my god, fish markets stink so fucking bad. I do not understand how anybody can work in a fish market. It is, you just want to vomit.
We are, and let's see what samosas are like here in Pakistan. I always wondered what this sign is. So these guys go around and they're selling rat poison, if you ever see this in Pakistan. Now the samosa store, well, there's 3 of them, okay. There's 3 of them in this intersection. We're going there. It's on this street. And people here at Kantagard at the bazaar are just so friendly. I've been offered tea so many times already and food and everything, but I'm like, no. I'm going to try these famous samosas here. And so I made a lot of friends, so I'm feeling good already here in Faisalabad. Kya haal hai? ये क्या है यार? सही है. ठीक है, bye. See what I mean? People are really friendly and, you know, having a good time. Typical.
Hey VG, do you think this Metso cycle is too much accumulation? Link, please do an impression of Obama if he was a gay man. Great streams recently, thanks.
The link you gave me is broken. Impression of Obama if he was gay. Now, some of you may have heard of the accusation that I am gay and have engaged in homosexual activities and also smoked crystal meth. Now, I will tell you unequivocally, I have not ever in my life ever partaken in crystal methamphetamines. Thank you. Now, I have sucked a penis or 2. I have put my big black cock up a white man's ass, yes, but I have never inhaled any crystal methamphetamines. There you go. There's my impression of Barack Obama. Thanks for the donation, Commissioner Gordon.
Punjabis. I really undersold what's available at this market. Just seeing literally everything, like from like the hooves of animals to like kids' toys and fish, just, I don't know, absolutely everything. Utensils, cups, walaikum assalam ji. Sorry, I keep getting cut off. A lot of people want to chat and offer me some hospitality. All right, so I was walking down the wrong street. We're on the right direction now. This entire market, massive market around the clock tower is designed in the shape of a Union Jack. It was planned like that. And so, yeah, there's just so many streets and by lanes that you can, or gullies that you can go down and explore here. And if you like shopping, oh my gosh, out of this world. All right, I promise samosas in about 10 seconds. All right, I have reached what I will call samosa choke. We've got Bismillah samosa here. We've got Al Medina, and we've got behind me Al Makkah. 3 different samosa stores on this little intersection, and I found something really interesting that these guys are selling. It's called a Faisalabad Naan.
Pink Pouch and Tillers, here's the link that was broken before. Animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. Position paper. Proving animal agriculture leading cause 87% of greenhouse gas emissions. All right, I'll read that on my spare time later. Thanks for the donation, Pink Pouch.
So we're gonna try that, and we're gonna go try this famous samosa here as well. Oh, New Zealand. New Zealand. जी. जी. Samosa कैसा है? ठीक है? अभी मैं try करूँगा. All right, we're gonna try samosa, and it does look something special. He's just making it up now.
That guy is brave to eat Indian street food. Like, chances are somebody made this with their fucking nasty ass feet.
And there's a lot of people around here all eating. Wow, thank you so much. Look at this. Yeah, here's samosa. There is 2 massive samosas in here. It's covered in a yogurt sauce, and they've also covered it in chicken.
That is gross. I don't know how anybody can like yogurt. Yogurt is one of the most disgusting fucking foods.
Chickpeas and in a sweet chutney. 3 different sauces covering these 2 samosas. And what a samosa is just a pastry filled with potato or any kind of filling. Like, you can get chicken, you can get keema, you can get like all types of vegetarian fillings as well. And this is vegetarian, this is potato. I don't know how I'm gonna eat this. So he's mushed it all up. I'm gonna try and just eat it like this. I think I should use this. It's a whole meal. It's so heavy, actually. This plate is really, really heavy. And you can see inside the samosa that it's full of spicy potatoes, okay? And this one massive plate is 80 rupees, or about 31 Indian rupees. Now, if I have to compare these samosas to samosas in India, the spice is definitely a lot lighter, okay? More of a potato flavor, more of a light flavor. Just a little less spice, and I think that's because they're covering it in these 3 different chutneys, and this is just a whole meal in itself.
The Curl King perma-banned me for saying his take on veganism is wrong. Well, that's because he's fucktard. I'm going to debate him tomorrow night, and I am going to make that guy look fucking stupid. It is going to be an absolute fucking bloodbath, dude. He just promoted lies throughout that entire fucking video.
I've eaten half because I have to go and try this Faisalabad naan next, which just looks crazy. I've never seen anything like it. And I just gotta say thank you to this guy. He won't take the money from me. He's like, Rende, don't worry. Aap mehman hai to. Thank you. Shukriya ji. I tried to get him to take it. I left the money with him, but he just brought it back to me. So yeah, I really hate taking things for free, especially when I'm reviewing it, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem honest if you take it for free. Anyway, I can't do anything about it because I'm here in Pakistan and they just won't take money from me. So let's go try the next place. Yeah, aapka dukaan hai?
नहीं मेरा नहीं, ये बाबा का दुकान है.
अच्छा. Good, very good.
I would not eat this. Like, they're making this with their hands and they probably don't wash their hands. Man, I fucking love fried food though. Fried food is just so goddamn perfect. Like, literally everything tastes better fried.
Hi, मुझे Faisalabad naan चाहिए.
नान आ गया नान.
Makka.
ये नान है.
Thank you so much. Wow, look at this. All right, so I'm at Al Makkah restaurant, and look at this. This is the Faisalabad naan, and I've never seen a naan like this. I saw them making it, and I'm like, what is this? It's like covered in potato and onion in some kind of leaf. It might be curry leaves. Then it's deep fried. And you have these various sauces that you eat with it, different chutneys. Let's see how it tastes. Let's just break into it. Hey, look at that. Bread inside.
Man, that looks so goddamn good.
And on the outside, basically pakore batter. How can I say?
Able to donate $2. This might be a dumb question. Is fried food unhealthy? It depends what you're frying. So, if you're frying donuts, that's not going to be healthy for you because it's going to contain saturated fat, processed sugar, crap like that. if you're frying potatoes, broccoli, like other vegetables, like, you know, you're making, what's it called? Like tempura. So like sweet potato tempura, mushroom tempura, stuff like that. Then no, it can be healthful. It just entirely depends on what you're frying. So things like soybean oil are healthy for you. Seed oils are good for you. Even when you heat them to high temperatures, they still have the same health benefits. And as long as you're frying healthful foods, then no, frying food is totally fine. Same with like tofu, if you're frying tofu. Like, so it just depends on what food you're frying. Thanks for the donation though, Abel. You do have to still watch your caloric intake because fried foods, because the oil can be higher in calories, but assuming you're watching your caloric intake, fried food can be healthful depending on what you're frying. Thanks for the donation, Abel.
Say what pakora is. Pakora is just like deep fried vegetables in a really nice batter, really spicy batter. This Faisalabad naan is a very, very popular dish here. A lot of other people are here and eating it, but honestly, it's not for me. I do prefer just samosa. It is a little bit too oily because, you know, you're putting bread which soaks things up into oil, and it's super oily. Go for the samosa when you're here, okay? And the Faisalabad naan is just 100 rupees. So when you're here in Faisalabad, definitely try the samosa. But I gotta say, the best samosa I ever had was what they call a Chinese samosa in Sahiwal in Punjab. That was the best samosa I've ever had. And Namaste, assalamu alaikum, dosto. I'm going somewhere very special today. This restaurant has been around since 1948. It is called Gulab Rasool Chane Wala. And you might be wondering, why is it called Gulam? Did I say Gulab or Gulam in the intro?
Gulam Rasool.
I said Gulam, huh? Why is it called Gulam? The Gulam means slave. So slave Rasool, it means he's actually the slave to God. So we're gonna go there and you're gonna see like the difference between chane or chickpeas in India versus Pakistan. There's one huge difference that you're gonna see here in Pakistan. And I'm looking forward to trying this chole, this chane, these chickpeas. It is, yeah, this is Pakistani style. So let's go and check it out. And this is my friend Fahad.
Hello! How are you guys?
He's a very good guy. He sent sweets with me to India.
When I came to know the sweets are going to India, I had to do this. I always want to spread the message of love, peace, and prosperity among both the nations. And I hope the future for both the nations goes positive.
Say bate, bhai. Say bate. And so, yeah, I gave them to my wife, and she shared them with all of our family at home.
Oh, thank you so much.
It has gone from they've gone from Delhi to Haryana, and they're going to Rajasthan next. She's sharing them with everybody who she's traveling around and meeting, all of our family. It's gone to our neighbors. And you know what our neighbors said? Our neighbors said, "Oh, I didn't know Pakistanis were so friendly and so nice." So that's pretty. I thought that was pretty funny. Sad but funny. And so yeah, had a nice impact. And how did you like the sweets that came from India?
I loved it, especially those laddu.
Yeah, the moti chor.
I think they tasted really, it was tasty, sweet, and different.
Yeah.
Different from Pakistani ones.
We gave him moti chor laddu from Gulab, and yeah, these are very, very special laddu, and they're different to the moti chor.
Does this link work? That too much accumulation? I work labor full time, so I'm thinking I'd benefit from more loads.
This does not make any sense to me. I don't know how to interpret any of the information in this image. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is just... I don't know what any of that means. Thanks for the donation, though, Kamichner Gordon. Appreciate it. Generally speaking, for most people, mesocycle length should be about 6 to 8 weeks. Sometimes they can be longer, up to 12 weeks. It's kind of unusual, though. And at the low end, 4 weeks. But I don't know how to interpret any of the information in that image.
That you have here in Pakistan. Oh, and bro, how do you like my salwar kameez? I got this made in Lahore. What do I look like?
You look like you look like a KPK guy, like you look fancy, mashallah. We use the word mashallah when a person look graceful, fancy, so that you don't catch a bad eye.
Yeah, so people in the street keep stopping and speaking to me in Pashto language. People keep thinking I'm a Pathan. Yeah. And I'm like, oh man, main Urdu bol sakta ho, and they look at me and they're like, oh. He definitely from...
Because when you try to speak Urdu, you sound more like a Pashtun guy who is speaking Urdu, because their mother language is Pashto, so they try to, communicate. So so you sound more like Pashtun.
Sounding and looking like a Pathan.
Yep.
It confuses so many people.
Exactly, that's confusing.
I get asked for directions all the time, like motorcyclists will stop me and ask for directions.
Yep.
I don't know why, but I know how to give them directions though, so actually I've been quite successful in helping them reach their destinations.
True.
I know Lahore that well now.
Yep. So now you have to be a Lahori guy now. You will be...
Yeah, no, I'll always be a Haryanvi.
Haryanvi? Now you have to do things Lahore way.
Yeah.
Lahori style.
I don't think there's much difference between like a Delhiwala and a Lahoriwala.
But
I've
heard a lot, like Lahore and Delhi, they're almost the same.
Yeah, you can call them like sister cities or
sister cities. Yep.
They're very, very similar. Like Lahore is a mix of Amritsar and Delhi, as far as I can tell. And there's even a Delhi gate here, right?
Yeah, because Amritsar is just right next to Wagah border, so I think that there won't be any language difference. We might sound the same, right?
Yeah, the same.
Yeah.
They speak Punjabi, you guys speak Punjabi.
But I'm not sure about Delhi people. Like, they do speak exactly like us?
I think Pakistani Punjabi is a slightly different dialect, but everyone can understand each other.
Yeah, because our accent is like, when Lahori speaks Punjabi, it's entirely different. Like pain ajda din ki meda si, but like that's accent, the difference. But I think Amritsari is almost same because it's nearby.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And then if you look at Delhi has signs in like 4 languages. We have sign in English, Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi. So Delhi uses 4 different languages, man, in their signs.
Delhi uses 4 different languages.
Yeah, all the languages are there in Delhi. Because there's tons of Punjabis in Delhi as well. Tons of Urdu speakers in Delhi.
Because Delhi is in Punjab, right?
Delhi's surrounded by Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, and next to Haryana is Punjab. But Punjab and Haryana used to be one.
Exactly. So it won't have any language issues there.
No language issues, man.
Nice,
if you go there, you'll feel like you're in Lahore.
Nice.
I feel like I'm in Delhi just on
I still
these
want
streets.
to travel India. I will one day.
Yeah, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay. Let's go and eat chickpeas now. Let's get to this restaurant. Ghulam Rasool Chane Wala. Chalo, let's eat.
Let's eat. Yep.
Wow, it's definitely an old part of Lahore. And yeah, like you said, the cycle shops everywhere.
How have I been? I've been doing pretty good. Just training and dieting right now. Diet's going good. Think I've lost well over 10 pounds right now after about a week and a day or 2. So, doing pretty good.
Kiss taraf bhai?
We have to go this side.
Acha. This guy's selling garam gulab jamun. How's my reading? Assalamu alaikum ji. There's a bunch of like restaurants around here. So here's busy Little dude wants some chickpeas. And let me just show you what they have here. So he's busy making the chickpeas, and you can take eggs with them, or you can take mutton piece with your chickpeas as well.
Oh, that is so disgusting. Oh my god, how the fuck can people eat that?
And just tons of oil. The oil makes it taste really good. क्या हाल है जी? सब ठीक है? Good. And it's kind of this simple. And this is just a very quite small dabba for Pakistan.
They also have a family site since we are like two guys, so they let us sit here.
I should explain that actually. So in a lot of Pakistani dabas and restaurants, there's two sitting areas. There's one for family, and then there's one for single dudes or just dudes who are hanging out. And yeah, there's that separation, and I guess it's from Muslim culture. Things like that are separated, even at weddings, for example. The women are separated on one side and the men are separated on another side of the wedding venue. And it's the same in restaurants. And what we have here, this is called yakni. And it's like a meat broth, like a meat soup. Yeah, it's the stock from the meat. I don't think there's any meat in there, maybe a few little pieces. But it's a soup that you're going to drink first. Oh, yum.
Yeah, it's good.
This yakni is so different, man.
I wait for winters to drink this yakni.
This is from mutton.
Yeah.
You can taste it's mutton's. This is the water from the mutton that they're boiling over there. And so there's just tons of flavor in it. You shouldn't waste this, yeah. Okay, let me show you what we got. So this is mutton with chickpeas. And this is an epic piece of mutton. And then we have naan bread. There is a tandoor right next. And
yeah, some of that shit's fucking gross.
What's the plan?
So now we are going to Birato Jalebi, one of the iconic sweet dishes of
Namaste dosto! I'm about to take you to a little video game store in Pakistan's old smugglers market near the Afghan border, and there we'll see what the console scene is like for our bros in Pakistan. Pakistan is predominantly a mobile gaming market. Then there's the PC master race because it's easier to convince your parents that you need a computer for schoolwork, and you can pirate the most games on PC, saving you money. And then there's the console market. Pakistan even has old school arcades. I found many of these places in small towns, and man, it just took me back to my childhood, going down to the dairy and playing Street Fighter 2. But no, we're here in very special Nankana, so I have these guys are playing foosball, and there's like an arcade. Yeah? How much is this phone? ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? Hey! Hello! Video games. And if you hang around to the end of this video, I'll get my mate Zach to show you his gaming setup in Lahore. Now chalo, let's go to the store. So I found a video game store. This is Imran Ka Games.
Fun fact, Pakistan is actually the world's best country in Tekken. They literally pray to Allah before their Tekken matches. That's hilarious. What the fuck?
Store. And you can see, uske paas PS5 hai. If you're thinking I look like PewDiePie, let me know in the comments. Now, if you thought you were getting ripped off by scalpers, the PS5 retails here for $830 American dollars. Even India has a better price at $630.
Dude, who the fuck can afford this shit in Pakistan? You'd have to be like fucking ballin' if you're in Pakistan to afford that.
$30. Where I'm from originally, New Zealand, the price matches the $499 US price tag, and that includes all taxes, so the PS5 might actually be cheaper in New Zealand than the US. This store didn't have any Series X in stock, and that's probably due to the pricing. It's going to be really hard to sell a PS5 at $830, so it'll be even harder to sell a Series X as Xbox just isn't as popular in Pakistan. Keep in mind, the median average salary here is just $370 a month. The Xbox Series S is obviously a much easier sell.
Yeah, wow. You have to like actually legit be rich to afford that in that country.
Sell here. But even these current gen consoles don't sell well for another reason. The games are too expensive here. There's no special Pakistani pricing for games to match locals' incomes. They're expected to pay the same price as Americans who earn multiple times more. And this is the same situation in India. Console games are just too expensive. So that's why piracy is so popular here. It's really unfair to charge Pakistanis and Indians American prices for games. And I'm looking for a game actually, but he's just seeing if he can find it. I'm getting The Witcher 3 because I haven't played it yet, and my brother keeps telling me you've got to play it. And I've made 2 other vlogs, one in Delhi, one in Lahore, at actual video game markets where they have just tons of stores. Most console game stores, their main business is actually in last generation consoles. Consoles that are able to be modded to play pirated games. So PS3, PS4 and Xbox 360 are all popular sellers at good prices, and they come bundled with all the games you could ever want. See right there, he has 18 Xbox 360s, but only 2 of the last gen Xbox Ones because they can't be modified. And then on the floor, you can see various parts for repairing consoles to keep these old machines going. And this whole scene just reminds me of being a kid in the 90s. I didn't have any money. My parents didn't have much money. So as soon as I could, I got a paper run, and then I got a part-time job. Then I was able to modify my consoles and spend all my spare time playing.
Able to dollars, are you into RPGs, and what are your favorite genres of games? I'm not really into RPGs. I hate most RPGs. I liked Fallout 3 in New Vegas. Witcher 3 was okay. It didn't have great combat, but I enjoyed The Witcher. Just trying to think what other RPGs I've played. I did like Sekiro, if you could consider that an RPG. Kind of is. I absolutely hate what's it called? Help me out here. It's when only one player can attack at one time. You know what I mean? What's that called? Turn-based. I fucking hate turn-based RPGs. Those suck. And I do like Diablo. But those are the only RPGs that I've ever really liked. Favorite genres of games, it would have to be shooters, particularly first-person shooters, action-adventure, and racing games that are more like a simulation than arcadey. So Assetto Corsa would be my favorite racing game. And I like Rally. Rally racing's good. Thanks for the donation though, Abel.
Playing games with my little bro, and yeah, that's the same kind of vibe we still have here in Pakistan and India. So that's a gaming store here. There's not too many game stores actually. I expected a lot more. Now before we end, let's check out my mate Zach's gaming rig in Lahore. And his setup reminds me a lot of my childhood setup.
So first of all, I have a random, like a normal chair, the plastic one. We have actually 3 tables. So this one's for the TV and the PS4. This table is for the PC. This table is for my keyboard, mouse, headset, and sometimes my controller. So yeah, first of all, I have my PS4.
Damn, dude, this kid's ballin'. He's definitely lucky. The median income in fucking Pakistan is fucking $300 a month. That's crazy. He's a rich kid there.
Over here, I just got this controller. It's a new one, and I've got this controller. This controller car gave it to me, and it's a PS5 controller. I use it on my PC to play games. It's, you know, it's comfortable. And after that, we have some RGB lightning speakers. I don't know, these were from a local brand kind of thing, I don't know. And here we have our internet dongle. And over here we have our professor. What's up? And this is our PC. So as you guys know, the specs.
GTX 950. I mean, again, considering he's in Pakistan, that's not bad.
Specification of my PC. It just looks cool on the desk. So yeah, I'm gonna show you. This is my PS4, and this is where the stuff I play. It's just recent Cricket 19.
I've just found this restaurant up there, Baba Wali Hotel. So I think we'll go there and we'll try some local food, see what they're selling there. अस्सलाम वालेकुम। कैसे हैं आप?
ठीक ठाक खैर है
जी। यहाँ क्या बेचते हैं?
हमारे पास काबुली पुलाव सिख कबाब है।
अच्छा ठीक है, मैं काबुली पुलाव खाऊंगा।
आप बैठिए, एक बने?
हाँ, एक ही
वेट।
हाँ ठीक है,
ले आओ।
So I just wash my hands over there, and then you can just come and sit here in the open air market and yeah, eat your. I'm gonna have Kabuli palau. Let me show you what that is. I ate this for lunch at Peshawar's Old Smugglers Market.
That's not
Karkhano Bazaar. It's the biggest market. It originates from Afghanistan. It's actually the national dish. And the first thing you'll notice is it's not spicy.
Forgot my name of vacation, donated $2. Fuck. I learned to like turn-based RPGs after I got really high one time and realized RPGs and similar shit are basically puzzle games. You have to have a puzzle game plan and you need to figure out how to solve the puzzle of how to beat the next battle. Yeah, I hate that. Like, for me, if you're fighting somebody, it's like it's skill, right? So they eliminate the skill element, you know, the coordination, reaction time, timing, and all this crap required, and it's just totally based on your stats for the most part. I hate that. I can't fucking stand it. And then they make you grind. You just have to do like a certain amount of battles, get certain gear and equipment, and then you're finally able to beat a boss just purely arbitrarily because you played the game long enough. I can't stand that. Thanks for the donation though. Forgot my namification.
This isn't like Indian food. So because there's no complex spice mixture there, it's very light and very fragrant. It's steamed rice in Murray, Pakistan, and I was not impressed. It was horrible. The quality and the taste is out of this world. You must try this, and I loved Kabuli palau. Now, if you're a foreigner,
whenever you see an Old West saloon in a TV show or a movie, they're always drinking, but they're never eating. But people did eat at Old West saloons. Not only did they eat, but often the lunch was free. And that free lunch could be anything from a sandwich to oysters to a big bowl of the classic cowboy dish, pork and beans. So thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video as we see what it was like to eat in an Old West saloon. This time on Tasting History. Today I am in the old mining town, the old ghost town of Cerro Gordo, which is in California, right off of Death Valley. Back in the late 19th and early 20th century, it was home to miners working in the nearby silver, lead, and zinc mines, so of course it included several saloons. Saloons that would feed and water the miners when they came down from trying to find their fortune. Now, whether you were in a big city like San Francisco or a small mining town like Cerro Gordo, when you walked into a saloon, you could expect a drink and you could almost always expect some food. Now, what that food was really ran the gamut. They had like fancy French cuisine with French chefs in a lot of these places, even in small towns. But then some saloons had, pickled eggs and pretzels, just like you would find in many bars today. But George Ade, when he was writing in, I believe, the 1930s, he was writing about the saloons that he remembered when he was young. And he said, right in the center of the soiled table cover, you might have found a bowl of baked beans, and alongside of it, a glass of troubled...
Ban Hallow for 500. All right, we can do that. I don't like him. Let's see. What are we at right now? 261. There we go. Just need $240 to ban Hollow Good.
Water, and in the glass were immersed several forks which, the evidence indicated, had been used in hoisting beans. So the baked beans I'm making, the troubled water with utensils in it, which is basically dirty water that people have been using the utensils over and over. I'm not doing that because that's gross. Now I found lots and lots of recipes for baked beans, but since saloons...
Ban Hollow Good, donate to VG. Can we ban Hollow Good at $500 dono goal like you did Christie? They are a carnist constantly defending milk and egg consumption with nonsensical, disingenuous arguments and sophistry. I just fulfilled your request. $500 to ban Hollow Good. Thanks for the donation, ban Hollow Good.
Were making these foods for profit, I figured I would use the recipe from Cooking for Profit, which was produced with the restaurants and saloons of the Old West in mind. It was originally published in the San Francisco Hotel Gazette in 1886 and says baked pork and beans. Wash and pick over a large heaping cupful of navy beans and steep them in water overnight. Put them on next morning with fresh water to more than cover and baking soda the size of a bean and let boil about an hour. Then carry them to the sink, pour all in a colander, letting the water run away, and put back into the saucepan with cold water enough to come up to a level. Boil again, and in a few minutes they will be soft. Season with a little salt and a tablespoon of molasses. Put them into 4-pint bowls or tin pans, lay an ounce of salt pork on each, and bake half an hour. Very simple. I actually found some even simpler recipes that are literally just pork and beans, nothing else, no molasses or even salt. Then I found some really complicated ones that have cayenne and onion and lots of other seasonings. So if you want to add more seasoning, by all means do so. But for me, I'm following the recipe and starting with 1 1/4 cup of navy beans, 4 ounces of salt pork, scored and then cut into 4 slices.
Yeah, let's...
Namaste Dosto, American Giant 7-Eleven is here in India, and I had no idea. We just stumbled upon it. So let's go inside and see what's the diff. How's it different here in India? They didn't remove the wrapping off the sign yet. This is pretty normal in India though. Like they don't take the plastic wrapping off the car seats either. It's not until it starts to break. Maybe that's what they're waiting for here. All right, let's go inside. So 7-Eleven is known for 3 things. Drinks, including their Slurpee, for a large array of like snacking items, lollies, chocolates, and then it's also known for hot food and a place where you can sit down and chill and have a snack as well. So let's go in and let's see how it is. So they have the seating area here, counter over there for hot food. You've got the snacks in the middle, ice creams down here, and then we have, and here's my wife, Manu. So in America, the drink aisle goes all the way down the store. But here in India, not quite the same.
God,
Yeah, man, hey, what's up? You all right?
I subscribe to you.
Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
And your wife is Indian.
Yeah. We just come here for some breakfast and to check out the store.
You can try the vada pav here.
Vada pav's good?
Vada pav, yeah, it's really
Okay. Are you guys going to school now?
good. No, we are going for volleyball practice.
All right, have a good day, guys.
Yes, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I didn't mind.
There's some subscribers. So here we have the usual stuff like Red Bull, 0% alcohol. They don't sell alcohol here, okay? And then just Coke Zero. This is the Indian version of Pepsi. This is Thumbs Up. But they also sell Pepsi here as well. But you'll notice the branding is quite similar. Coco's Thumbs Up, it's a cola, but they're also selling Coca-Cola here too. And we have some juices here. Oh, we got to the milk section. Different chocolate milks, nothing really interesting in here, but India has different flavors. So we have rose flavor, we have elaichi, which is cardamom, and we have kesar, which is saffron flavored milk. And of course, because it's India, we have lassi. This is a yogurt drink. And that's the drink section. The drink section is pretty sad, okay? The American drink section is just humongous. Huge variety. Then we just have general shopping items, supermarket items. And then a coming soon section. I guess in here, it looks like they're going to be selling donuts or some kind of fancy items. And it wouldn't be 7-Eleven without the snacks as well. Typical Cadbury stuff, Kit Kat, Mars, Ferrero Rocher. We have Hershey's like in the US. And of course we have chips as well. This is India's Magic Masala. This is the most popular chip in the country. And it's just a lot of chili, black pepper. Kind of tastes like barbecue chips. One of my friends described it as assaulting, but I love it. And this is probably my favorite brand of chips in India. Try this over Lay's because, you know, it's an Indian brand. Let's go and try the hot food here, because that's the other big thing they have here. And yeah, there is no Slurpee here in the drink section. That's a big thing in the US, is Slurpee drink. So here's the hot food section. And you've got non-veg here, so meat, and on the other side here you have vegetarian food. In India, these things are always separated out, so there's no contamination between the meat and the veg. Namaste ji, kaise aap? Good. हम देख रहे हैं, हम order करेंगे 1 minute में. Okay, we'll try. So we have Bombay masala sandwich, paneer tikka sandwich, bun muska. That's just a bun with butter in the middle. Vegetarian puff, dal khichdi, veg biryani, jeera rice. Looks pretty good, right? What's in here? Oh, masala fries.
And we have combo offers in there. With the upma, you can get a last tea or coffee with the price of 60 rupees.
Okay, so we have chicken sandwiches, butter chicken roll, chicken bhuna roll, zafrani murg, naan wrap. What's zafrani? Kesar?
Yeah.
Oh, looks pretty good. You can see all the signs here are in Hindi. So rose ke liye, like everyday items, snacking ke liye for snacking, choti bhook ke liye when you're a little hungry. I always find it strange that they write Hindi in English. You know what I mean? Like, you could just write this in Devanagari. What's the point of writing it in English? Why do they do that, babe?
To what?
Like the whole store, everything is written in English rather than Devanagari.
I don't know, we're an English nation, I guess.
I know, but you'd think like most people here in Maharashtra, most people can read Devanagari.
Yeah.
Like more people here can read Devanagari than they can read English, right? So this is only benefiting the people who can read English. Like,
And no Hindi.
like if you're, yeah, and no Hindi.
Wait, do you have any appreciation for the Fire Emblem games at all? I know it's turn-based, but it has a bit more to it, like strategic positioning.
No, I've never played any of the Fire Emblem games. Thanks for the donation, forgot my notification.
If our mother came in here, like your mom, she wouldn't be able to read this. She'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
What does this all mean? Because, you know, she's Hindi medium, like most people. Anyway, what does Dasu mean?
Dasu is a Haryanvi word.
Huh?
Dasu is Haryanvi.
Matlab?
Dasu is like
Sis-
superb.
Oh, super deal.
Dasu.
Dasu deal. Super deal.
और कुछ ऐड करना है सर आपको?
बस.
You're Indian or?
हाँ, ये वाली हरियाणा से हैं.
Okay. Most of the customers don't know that is Musk.
नहीं नहीं.
You know the very well Hindi language.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी. ये हिंदुस्तान है तो हाँ, है ना? Got another subscriber here. And bro, you went to Karatapur because of my vlog, है ना?
Yes, yes.
How was your experience?
आपका वीडियो देख करके ही मुझे ये प्रोत्साहन मिला कि मैं पाकिस्तान जाऊं और वहाँ पर जाकर के जो जो चीज़ें आपने करी उनको दोहराऊं. नहीं, पागल नहीं, पर आपका दीवाना हूँ, इसलिए मैं वहाँ गया और मेरे पास ये पाकिस्तानी रुपया भी है.
Look at this guy.
ये करके घूमता हूँ. ये देखो.
You're gonna get arrested, man. Put it, no, hide it, man, hide it. Don't get me arrested. And how was the experience there?
It was good. I did not feel as if I was in another country. They were very welcoming and, you know, just like us. So it was very good. Once in a lifetime experience, yeah.
So that's kind of exactly what Manisha said in her review when she went. So I'm really happy when people go there and get the same experience that we got, because we only show our experience. We don't do anything sponsored, okay? Just like this review is not sponsored. I came here on my own and
yeah.
Mr. T donated $2. Look at the first 5 or so comments low in the first reply to Juno6602's comment.
The vast majority is anti-West, and they'll live next to you if you're still unfortunate enough to live in their neighborhoods. In another study by
Let's be honest, some cultures just aren't compatible. Radical Islam is the snake in the grass. Moderate Islam is the grass that hides the snake. Pretty much. I'm German, and it's crazy that outsiders who aren't even German care more about Germany than the politicians governing the place. Yeah, really. German guy here, the left media didn't even bother to tell us that the stabbing during the Germany-Scotland game occurred. Every person I know believes the tournament went by without any incident. It's actually sickening and very frightening what's happening here in Germany. Yeah. You have crazy, retard, left-wing politicians that don't have to deal with these problems because they're rich fucks who live in rich neighborhoods and they have their own private security, and they just have this, like, dumbass ideological belief that immigrants are all good people, even if they come from fucking shithole countries like fucking Syria, Pakistan, Afghanistan. Thanks for the donation, though, Mr. T.
comrades, 27% of the 1,000 Muslims polled said they had some sympathy for the motives behind the Paris attacks in response to Charlie Hebdo publishing cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad. 11% feel sympathy for people who want to fight against Western interests. Check out this British Pakistani
That is crazy.
millionaire who has donated hundreds of thousands of pounds to the Reform Party. Is he a brown white supremacist too? Your future generations will never forgive you. They will ask you, where were you when these people were imposing their values on secular democratic countries? And you would say, oh, sorry, daughter, I was busy being woke and calling everyone a far-right white supremacist. Less than 3 weeks ago, an Afghan Islamist attacked a free speech activist in Meinheim, Germany, and ended up killing a police officer who, instead of going after the Islamist, went after a bystander who was trying to restrain the Islamist. Unfortunately, the poorly trained police officer ended up getting stabbed in the neck and died a few days later. My heart goes out to the poor police officer and his family who paid the ultimate price for being poorly trained by woke trainers. I'm not going to show you many videos because my videos just get demonetized, and more importantly, their reach is severe.
Yeah. These people are well-meaning, but they don't know what they're in for. They just have no they don't realize there are some cultures that are just bad. There are some people that come from some cultures where they are just complete and utter shitheads, and they have completely opposing values to your own. They don't want to integrate into, modern Western societies. And they're just crazy fundamental radicals, and they will kill you. So, yeah, there definitely is an issue with Muslim immigration, especially in Europe right now. And they're just not doing anything about it. And again, it'll take a mass tragedy, or maybe a few, for them to wake up and just not let these people in.
My dog's vet isn't vegan. Today he got his vaccines and she did a normal checkup and his weight dropped a bit from 7 to 6.8 kilograms. Then she made this face when we told her he's on vegan dog food. His food has the same protein levels as RC. To be continue.
Yep. That's what you would expect from a fucking retarded carnist. Our old vet, when we were living in Guelph, was actually vegan. But every single vet that I've gone to, where I tell them my cats and dogs are on a vegan diet, they don't care. They're like, well, as long as they're getting enough nutrition, it's fine. Like, I haven't met a vet yet that has made a big deal about what we're feeding our animals. But yeah, I'm sure you'll run into some vets that are fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Just do it for fun. It's quite surprising to see like such a big American brand selling upma. You know what I mean? She's going hard on the upma. Tell us about the upma. Thank you so much. We got a samosa in here. Tell us about the upma, babe.
It's good, I like it.
She loves it. It's 45 rupees or 56 cents. Incredible, right? The tea looks great, okay?
That is fucking dope. Be nice if you could not have to spend such high prices on food here.
Oh, coffee. Oh, God.
Oh, you spat into my coffee.
Oh, is that your coffee? Oh, no. We call that...
getting me another one.
We call that backwashing in New Zealand. They're backwashed. Okay, that's your coffee. Sorry. I can't drink coffee. I hate coffee. Okay, here's my tea. Sorry, here's my tea. That's good. So this large...
You checked ingredients too on stream and said it was good. He always eats less in the summer, as did the German Shepherd I had before I was vegan. She even checked the history and he's always fluctuated around 7 kilograms. I think she just wants to sell RC.
Royal Canin? Yeah, vets always try to convince you to eat feed your animals Royal Canin. Royal Canin sucks. It's not even particularly good pet food. But, yeah, that's just retarded carnus for you. They don't really care about evidence. They don't really care if your animals are healthy. It's just not natural. Stupid. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Chai is just 30 cents American. 30 cents American. Or 25 rupees. And you can buy a small one here for just 10 rupees, which is 13 cents American if you just want a small chai hit. Man, they're doing good so far. This could be like a go-to place if you just want a quick tea on the run.
Yeah, I was just telling him that I'm going to come here every day before my class and just pick up something and take it to my class because I get really hungry by the time it ends. It's a good idea.
And it's open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And that's in the name 7-Eleven. They actually started doing it 24 hours, but they stopped it. I guess no one's coming at 3 a.m. I got vada pav like those boys told me to at the beginning of the video. They said, try the vada pav here.
you don't know what vada pav is, it's a Maharashtrian dish. Oh no, they've forgotten the hari chutney, the green chutney, the mint chutney. So they have like this gunpowder kind of chutney. It's a dry chutney, then a potato patty, and it's just stuck in bread. But you should have some kind of green chutney on top here. Anyway, looks good. It's cute. Amazing. You won't guess the price on this. 15 rupees, or like 20 cents American. It's basically the same price as out on the street, but cleaner. Now, what else did I get? Oh, I got samosa. So just see the filling of the samosa.
Dude, I fucking love samosas. Dear God, they're so fucking good.
That's what it looks like out on the street, no? Yeah. Like really, really dark yellow. That's what you should look for in a samosa. And it just looks like it's from the street, so yeah, amazing. Tastes just like the street as well. And so we fed both of us for like $1.50 American. $1.50 American for a meal for two, including drinks. Like, that's the value that you get here in India.
Yeah, it's too bad India is gross. I'd actually visit if I could get some good vegan food.
Oh, that's not my wife. There's my wife. Did you notice, as soon as the boss came, everybody started working in there and cleaning the shelves and all?
No.
Okay, so I got a review. The drink selection and the snack selection, it's fine. It's just like any other Indian store though, okay? Nothing special. But they win with their hot food and their hot drinks. The prices are out of this world. And the quality is great as well. The flavor was great too.
Lol, she even wanted to test his blood but agreed to just add more calories and keep weighing him and bring him back if he doesn't put on any weight. I even asked what she suspects it could be and she didn't have anything, lol.
Yeah, she's just completely full of shit. Oh, he has a health problem because of the vegan food. Okay, what health problem does he have? I don't know. Alright. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
So, yeah, don't come here to buy random stuff. Go to the normal store for that, but come here when you just need to chill and have a chai. Because you can get a tea there for like 10 rupees, and you can get a vada pav there for...
Let's see.
Registered dietitian, and in this video we are going to be talking about why everybody and their mom seems to be crashing and burning on a vegan diet. And specifically we're going to be exploring ex-vegan stories to learn why it is that vegan diets seem to be so prone to failure. Now before we get into the bulk of the analysis, there's a couple things about me that you should know because it will inform where I'm coming from in this critique. As a registered dietitian, I have a few different specialties, but one of them is in plant-based nutrition, which means that I have a lot of experience in adapting plant-based diets to meet someone's specific medical needs. And while I personally am an ethical vegan and have been for over 10 years, my nutrition practice is plant-based, meaning that my primary goal is to help people improve their mental and physical health, whether or not that means maintaining a plant-exclusive diet. All of that is to say that my goal in breaking down these ex-vegan videos is not to say you did veganism wrong or to pressure somebody into following a lifestyle that doesn't feel like it's working for them. Rather, I want to make this video for somebody who really wants to be vegan for the rest of their life and really thrive on it in the long term so that they can avoid some of the pitfalls that people fall into that make this lifestyle unsustainable. Vegan diets, just like any diet pattern, can fail for a number of reasons. But in my experience, a lot of people set themselves up to struggle from day one with how they approach going vegan in the first place. And specifically, there are two main motivators that pop up again and again in ex-vegan stories. The first one is that a lot of people who end up failing on a vegan diet came to veganism because they were hoping to fix a health issue. Now, there is actually a good amount of evidence that suggests that eating a plant-based diet, whether plant-exclusive or plant-predominant, has a lot of benefits when it comes to managing and improving cardiovascular health and diabetes. And in my experience, people who adopt plant-based diet for these reasons usually don't struggle as much. It is actually the people who are adopting a plant-based diet in the hopes that it will fix a gut issue or a fatigue issue that are a lot more likely to end up struggling.
Constantly being sick, constantly being tired was really tough, but on top of all of that, I was experiencing really bad gastrointestinal issues, right?
So I would say my gut issues really started when I was probably 8 or 9.
And I think this is really important to highlight because a lot of the reasons why they end up leaving a plant-based diet is because of gut issues, but it's really, really important to note that those issues pre-existed their vegan diet. So it's not so much that a vegan diet caused a gut issue, rather it's that a vegan diet didn't fix their gut issue or maybe exacerbated some of their pre-existing symptoms. And the reason why people with gut issues can struggle on a vegan diet is the exact same reason why vegan diets can be really helpful for diabetes and cardiovascular disease, and that is that a plant-based diet is typically very high in fiber. And when it comes to gut issues, whether you have IBS, IBD, diverticulitis, etc., you always want to be very careful and thoughtful when introducing high fiber foods, because high fiber foods, especially if you're increasing the amount of fiber in your diet very rapidly, can actually make certain types of GI issues worse, at least initially. Now, that is not to say that high fiber diets can't be helpful for gut health, because they can be. However, it's important to note that for many GI conditions, the type of diet that's really helpful for managing a flare-up of symptoms is different within the kind of diet that might be helpful for long-term remission and maintenance. Because if you were experiencing any active inflammation and irritation in your GI tract, the last thing you want to do is put a bunch of roughage down there. A really great example of this is diverticulitis, where if you are having a diverticulitis flare, it is recommended to follow a low-fiber, low-roughage diet, whereas a high-fiber diet is very, very helpful for preventing future flares. And so the challenge that a lot of these ex-vegans run into is that when they are having these big symptom flares, they continue to follow a high-fiber diet. And the primary reason why they do that is because the high nutrient density, high calorie, low fiber foods that might actually be really beneficial for symptom remission are vilified as being processed. And if your intestinal lining is irritated and inflamed, it can have a really big impact on your GI tract's ability to absorb nutrients, which is a big part of why a lot of these ex-vegans who have GI issues end up having nutritional deficiencies. Most of these YouTubers end up blaming the vegan diet and the nature of a vegan diet on the nutritional deficiencies. However, people who have IBS, IBD, or any inflammatory gut condition are at a high risk of nutrient deficiencies and fatigue, regardless of whether or not they're following a vegan diet. The second reason why people adopt a plant-based diet that I find is ultimately a ticket on the struggle bus is for weight loss or weight maintenance.
I found veganism through what I eat in a day on YouTube. I was a young child trying to figure out what I should eat to lose weight.
And this motivation can set people up for challenge for a couple of reasons. The first is that it is unfortunately not uncommon for people to adopt a vegan diet as a cover for their eating disorder.
And I luckily only had, I would say, anorexia for 6 months. It did really pretty badly affect me. Like my heart rate got really low, but I wasn't vegan at the time. I was just anorexic. Coming out of the really bad part of that episode of my life, I was looking for something that would kind of take away some of my anxiety about food.
Also, a huge thing that veganism did was it gave me an excuse to starve myself. In public and in group settings, the deep, dark part of my brain loved having an excuse to say, oh, sorry, I can't eat that. Oh, sorry, I'm vegan, I can't eat that.
I came into veganism because it was a way to mask my eating disorder and shed the weight without asking any questions.
And this is a really important factor to highlight because I think what a lot of people don't know is that restrictive eating disorders, even if they're not extreme, can lead to GI issues such as constipation, diarrhea, gas, bloating, nausea, etc. And that is because not having foods constantly going through your GI tract can affect muscle tone throughout your stomach and small intestine, and it can also affect your gut microbiome. It is really important to continue to stimulate your gut, which is one of the big reasons why TPN or IV nutrition is often a treatment of last resort when people are not able to eat. It is much better to be tube fed because there are real consequences to not having your gut stimulated for a prolonged period of time. And so if somebody is using veganism as a way to maintain a restrictive eating disorder and they end up having GI issues and leave veganism because of GI issues, well, it's probably more likely that the restrictive nature of their diet was the cause of their GI issues rather than veganism. Now, it is possible to recover from an eating disorder and maintain a vegan diet. There are actually several inpatient eating disorder centers that do have vegan programming. However, the success of that recovery really hinges on why somebody went vegan in the first place. But if somebody went vegan for ethical reasons, then maintaining the diet component of that lifestyle is not a barrier to eating disorder recovery, because avoiding animal products is not necessarily a feature of their eating disorder in that particular case. However, if somebody who is seeking care for an eating disorder went vegan for health or aesthetic reasons, it is really important that they let go of veganism as part of their recovery, because veganism is functioning as a core component of their restrictive disorder in that particular case.
Fuck you. Eat shit. There's no legitimate reason to ever not be vegan. I don't give a fuck if you have an eating disorder. I don't care if you think it's beneficial for their recovery. There is never an excuse to violate the rights of animals. So go fuck yourself, starve yourself, become skin and bones and fucking die. I don't care. That's not an excuse to kill animals. Elias donated $2. Damn, this kids are annoying.
Traditionally, I'm not going to lie, look, my daddy used to take me to McDonald's, and look, here's me taking you to McDonald's, which is nice, isn't it? My daddy...
He's dead.
Yeah, my daddy is dead.
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, he does.
How?
I'm alright, it was quite...
How? Did he poo everywhere?
No, he didn't poo everywhere, you wouldn't even die from that.
How did he die?
He had a stroke.
What's a stroke? It's something that you get.
Yeah.
What's a stroke?
Look, I just want to enjoy my McDonald's, alright?
But what's a stroke?
Jesus Christ.
A stroke is something that you get and it's like a... What is a stroke?
Little family.
Those kids are pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Not everybody who adopts a plant-based diet in the hopes they're going to lose weight has an eating disorder. However, a lot of people who go vegan for this reason still can struggle, because a lot of people going vegan for weight loss are adopting a vegan diet that is very centered around high fiber, low calorie density foods, namely mostly fruits and vegetables, and often they will massively undereat as a result of that. And so while their reason for adopting a plant-based diet might not be disordered, their diet on a nutritional level might functionally not look that different from somebody who does have a restrictive eating disorder. So in comparison to other reasons why somebody might go vegan, adopting a plant-based diet to heal a gut issue or to lose weight typically results in somebody following a plant-based diet that is much, much more restrictive, both in terms of calorie and nutrient level and in terms of overall diet variety. And that leads us to the next section, and that is, what style of vegan diet are people failing on? Overall, just about every single one of
Vegan Pigu donated $2. It's such a shame. If India actually did everything they could to keep their country clean, they would probably have the whole world visit. I feel like the government needs to put a quarantine and do some heavy work till the country is clean again. Well, I don't know what you mean by quarantine, but If they would regulate food markets better and set up more public sanitation, then yeah, they would probably increase tourism. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Piggy.
Of the YouTubers who stopped being vegan did at some point for a substantial amount of time follow a raw or high raw diet.
I did experience raw veganism for almost a year.
I was vegan for 6 years, and 3 of those years I was raw vegan.
I fully believe to be the optimum human diet, a raw vegan diet.
So I used to be a vegan, right? I experimented with a vegan diet about 15 years ago, and I was a raw vegan. So I was trying so hard.
When I first went vegan, I ate a lot of raw vegan meals.
Most of these people were inspired to go vegan by diet gurus such as Doug Graham, Freely the Banana Girl, Durian Ryder, etc.
Following these crazy vegan people that were pushing high carb, low fat, raw till 4, 80-10-10, legitimately like pushing their young viewers to count their calories, make sure they weren't eating too many grams of fat every day.
I also started watching on YouTube these 2 people, Freely the Banana Girl and Durian Ryder.
I became a vegan during the era of Freely the Banana Girl.
80-10-10, high carb, low fat.
And either being fully raw, following raw till 4, or doing an 80-10-10 style diet was a component of most of their vegan journey. And even those that do incorporate cooked foods typically are eating a very high vegetable diet.
So I got organic veggies, I would make veggie rice bowl, tacos, I would make carrot pasta, so I would get like really creative with veggies.
The thing that's inside here is kale, mixed greens, red leaf lettuce, there's avocado, cucumber, olives, and I think that's it.
And this is the primary reason why people say they felt like crap when they tried a vegan diet, although they typically blame it on protein. The other through line in most of these vegan stories is that almost all of them went through a period of extra extreme restriction, whether that's them trying to do an elimination diet or a detox or a cleanse or fasting. And for several of them, they bounced around from one detox to another detox to this cleanse to that fasting protocol.
The amount of diets and elimination diets I've done, there was just one that I did. It was literally a powder that I drank, like a powder shake that I mixed with water. You'd have like 8 a day for 14 days.
2-week hardcore, offline, never want to do it again, kind of cleanse. And then from there, just kind of getting away from that, but then just being very, very clean with my eating. And so of course, you know, through those 3 months, I lost a ton of weight, which definitely didn't help anything. And my symptoms were just as bad, if not worse.
To try to help myself, I would cut out sugar, I would try to clean up my diet.
But it's basically a very intense elimination diet. I'm gluten-free right now, and I'm cutting out anything that could irritate my digestion. I'm also doing a candida diet, which is the exclusion
I hate this fucking bitch. Oh my god, I can't stand her. I really hope she gets run over by a train.
of sugar and carbs that turn into sugar. I did the candida diet. A year into my journey, I decided to do a 25-day water fast.
Remember when I did so much intermittent fasting, it was not helping me.
Anyway, the foods that I'm not eating are sugar, yeast, nuts, seeds, legumes, processed food, like no processed sugar, but even fruit sugar, I'm not having just lemons, limes, berries on an empty stomach.
The fast in Hawaii, fruit fast with herbs. I tried it all. I drank my own urine for 2 years, almost every single day for 2 years. Supplements, injections, that culminated in me doing a fast.
This guy was, yeah, I remember that. He was drinking his own piss. Like, he's such a fucking idiot.
A 35-day water fast.
I did medical medium cleanses. I did high carb, low fat McDougall diets. I did all of them. I even tried keto veganism for a short period of time. I did a microbiome diet for a while. Like, I did no supplements. I did supplements. I did just gut health. I did kind of everything under the sun. And I kept trying to do cleanse after cleanse.
And when it comes to maintaining good gut health and just promoting health generally speaking, it is really important to maintain as liberal a diet as possible. And that is because really, really restrictive diets can not only disrupt the gut microbiome and affect your GI function in terms of how well smooth muscle is contracting and hormone regulation, but it can also functionally make it really challenging to meet both your calorie and your nutrient needs. The unfortunate part is that the reason why people are doing these back-to-back diet protocols is they're basically trying to chase the issue that they're perpetuating. And they're doing what they think is best, which leads us to the next through line in all of these stories, and that is who they went to for help. So for this section, I'm going to start from least legitimate source for help to most legitimate source for help and talk about the pros and cons of each source. In the least legitimate category are internet randos. So once people start experiencing any weird health symptoms or GI issues, the first place they like to go to is YouTube or Dr. Google.
And so I went down the research rabbit hole and I went into self-diagnosis mode.
I knew there was an answer out there for me that would heal me, and I didn't stop until I found it.
But previous to getting this protocol, I kind of was doing my own research on like what's a mold diet, what's a candida diet, how can I eat to best help my body in fighting these things off.
I started researching because it's what I do.
And they might encounter a number of things here. So one category of people they might encounter are other ex-vegans. So a lot of the people in these videos were talking about how they saw other ex-vegan videos, and that helped them to understand and contextualize their experience.
And I looked at a lot of testimonials from vegans who had done the lifestyle long-term, right? And especially a lot of women explaining some of the symptoms that they were having, which were very similar to mine. And they go, well, I started to feel this stuff, and right away I knew it was my diet.
And then I also started seeing a lot of people making these videos that were like, I'm not vegan anymore.
And I listened to hours upon hours of stories of people who've been vegan and changed. So the video that I am going to share with you is called The Dangers of Veganism by Happy Now Olivia. Like, she just beautifully articulates everything that I have learned.
But the issue with this is that it creates a little bit of an uninformed echo chamber. So one person might speculate as to why a vegan diet didn't work for them and what was ultimately wrong without actually doing any research or lab testing or seeing a medical professional. And then another person who's experiencing similar challenges thinks that that person has actually done their due diligence to figure out what was wrong. And then they think, well, that's definitely what's wrong with me. And I think a lot of misinformation around vegan diets and nutrient absorption and those sorts of challenges get perpetuated because people are speculating, and then other people are thinking that that speculation is coming from a place that is informed when it's not. Human beings seek narrative more than they seek fact. So if somebody is experiencing something that seems a little bit nebulous, they want to find a narrative that fits their experience, and they will generally accept that narrative without actually looking critically as to whether or not it's accurate. I also really want to note that ex-vegan stories are wildly oversampled on YouTube. And the reason for this is because the YouTubers that tend to get traction in the vegan movement are the ones that are doing something a little bit shocking and over-restrictive. And so the most popular YouTubers are also likely the ones that are the most likely to fail because they're doing things that are unsustainable. The second reason why they might be a little bit oversampled is that a lot of the followers of these YouTubers are doing the same restrictive things as the influencers, and so the likelihood that they're going to experience the same problems and resonate with that kind of content is also higher. The third reason is that ex-vegan content is quality content. Those videos get a lot of views, and so they get pushed to the top of the algorithm. And the fourth reason is that a vegan diet is probably one of the only diet patterns that actually necessitates a video like this. And that is because veganism is not just a diet protocol, but it's also an ethical movement. And so when someone decides not to follow the diet pattern anymore, the people who follow them because they also follow the ethical movement really want some sort of explanation as to why. The other category of internet randos are the influencer, doctor, scientist, etc. Oftentimes they've written books, and because they have some kind of credential, even though a lot of them are chiropractors, people often think that that leads credibility and they don't look critically at what they're saying.
I started going down the rabbit hole, following a bunch of functional medicine doctors, naturopath doctors online.
I was reading a book, and the author was sympathetic with vegans and vegetarians. In the book, he was talking about how collagen and cholesterol, the lack of them can be very negative for your brain and your tissues. He went over all that stuff briefly. It was a very small section in this book, so it was almost like a coincidental thing that it happened to be in there. I think I read it at the exact right time, like just as I was starting to question.
And I had the shock of my life. He was speaking about regenerating teeth, remineralizing teeth, and was speaking about all these healing foods that he would recommend, none of which were plant-based. They were all animal foods, which included bone broth, organ meat, raw unpasteurized dairy.
So I came across the book, life-changing book, The Gut and Psychology Syndrome by Dr. Natasha Campbell-McBride.
And the funny thing is that people will find their content, maybe their book or their video, and take it as truth, even if that particular influencer doesn't even agree with that anymore. So a really good example of this is actually Paul Saladino, or Carnivore MD, who wrote a whole book about the carnivore diet, and then later said that he no longer agrees with that book because following a carnivore diet actually led to health consequences, and he no longer does it anymore.
I guess in 2018, I cut out all the plants from my diet and basically ate meat, organs, and fat for close to 2 years. During that time, I wrote The Carnivore Code, got interested in this carnivore diet, got 2 years into the carnivore diet, I started noticing persistence of unpleasant symptoms. So testosterone dropped to around 500, total sleep disturbances, palpitations, muscle cramps when I was surfing or climbing. And so at that point, I started to dig into the research a little bit more and understood that insulin signaling is critical at the level of the kidney to hold on to minerals, hold on to potassium, calcium, sodium, chloride, magnesium, and that in long-term ketosis in most humans, you're going to become so electrolyte depleted that it's almost impossible to resolve that. With that, long-term ketosis was not a great thing for me and probably not a great thing for most humans. And at that point, I added honey and then fruit to my diet, and it's been an evolution since then for probably the last 3 years.
However, if an ex-vegan stumbled upon that book and it sounded really good and his justification felt like it resonated, they're going to take it as fact and give that other restrictive diet a try.
It'd be interesting to hear what your current diet has evolved to, so that'd be nice to see.
So I've done several stints at carnivore, which were really enlightening. And
I didn't necessarily consider a carnivore diet. I thought it was a little weird and extreme, and now I've just done a complete 180 on that.
And I think this kind of leads people down a rabbit hole of hopping from restrictive diet to restrictive diet, right? So it's no surprise that a lot of ex-vegans go on to try the carnivore diet, and that is because they were probably drawn into veganism by the promise that it was going to be a magic pill for whatever issue they were experiencing.
I feel like I kind of got derailed into the vegan lifestyle, thinking that it was the ultimate way to live.
And so when that doesn't work out and they're still experiencing issues, they find a narrative that fits their experience of failing veganism, and they find another influencer who's promising another cure magic pill, and then they try that instead.
I have gone through so many different diet types. I've tried low FODMAP, I've tried Candida, I've tried keto, and I'm
not
on
being
this journey.
fucking lazy, dude. I'm training like 4 hours a day without eating anything. I'm only eating 850 fucking calories. Give me a fucking break, dude. I'm not gonna be bouncing off the fucking walls. Elias donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh, silly cats. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Of people that a lot of these vegans go to for help when they have issues are alternative healthcare practitioners. So these could be naturopathic doctors, functional medicine doctors, holistic care practitioners.
I ended up seeing functional medicine doctors.
Following a bunch of functional medicine doctors, naturopath doctors online, going to one in real life. Remember when I got that colonic?
Decided to go see a naturopath in 2020. My holistic doctor at the time, he put me on this like fertility diet.
I did go and see a naturopath.
Yep, they're all naturopaths, they're chiropractors, no actual medical doctors. They just see fucking retarded quacks. What's your protein intake on 800 cals? It's about 130 grams per day.
What is she on about? Ed's got nothing to do with plant-based eating. Why isn't she talking about that most people with Eds is eating animal products instead? It's like if I made a video called Why Sex is Bad and showed videos of rapists.
Yeah, plant-based diets have nothing to do with eating disorders. It's just a choice you're making to not eat. That's all it is. Thanks for the donation, Adios.
So we went to a naturopath.
And I want to be clear that not all of these practitioners are bad, but I will say that in all of the years I've been a dietitian and I've worked with clients who have gone to these kinds of practitioners, only one of them has ever gone to one that I thought was actually practicing in an evidence-based way. In the most harmless case, people go to these kinds of practitioners and they end up spending a lot of money on a lot of useless supplements that don't actually end up helping.
I'm starting my day off with a handful of capsules, which are just a variety of supplements that are going to help me get rid of the yeast overgrowth in my body.
However, in the more harmful and also very common case, people will go to these sorts of practitioners who perform unvalidated, unscientific scientific sensitivity testing, and they'll provide their clients with a whole list of foods they are reacting to and should avoid.
So what the test told me was all of the great bacteria I had, all of the bad bacteria I had, foods that are your strength foods, foods that are your weakness foods, foods that you should be avoiding. Why did I have a long list of vegetables that I should be avoiding?
And this is often what causes people to get on the hamster wheel of having a more and more and more restrictive diet over time. Because what tends to happen is that if they take this list of foods they're not supposed to eat and they remove them from their diet and they're still experiencing symptoms, the practitioner will recommend that they retake the test and then they'll give them a whole new list. And so then the amount of foods that somebody is allowed to eat becomes very, very small, but they're still experiencing symptoms. And when there's nothing left for you to eat, what are you going to do? You're going to eat what's still available to you, which is typically animal products.
I was going to different doctors. They were all basically like, you need to eliminate so much fiber. You need to eliminate legumes. You need to eliminate raw fruit. There was just nothing left for me to eat. So at some point I had to start adding in things. And at first it was just like, let me add a little bit of fish.
The types of protocols that alternative medicine practitioners tend to advise people to follow make a plant-based diet pretty much impossible, and they're also very rarely effective. And so if you are somebody who really likes alternative care practitioners, and again, there are some excellent ones out there, the two red flags that you really want to keep an eye out for are, one, if they're putting you on a ton of supplements, and number two, that the testing that they're doing is actually a valid scientific test that has some amount of research behind it. In most cases, food sensitivity testing is not accurate or valid. One thing that these alternative healthcare practitioners tend to recommend to people with gut issues is bone broth.
How strongly my doctor has been recommending that I incorporate colostrum and bone broth into my diet.
To stop and have just bone broth again. That's it, just bone broth.
And collagen and bone broth.
And the claim is that the collagen in bone broth can help heal the gut lining. Bone broth and collagen supplementation has been a very highly requested video, and it's one that I'm currently working on and plan to publish next. So if you're interested in learning more about whether or not collagen supplementation is beneficial, definitely hit that subscribe button so that you don't miss out. But without going down that rabbit hole right here and now, I will say that there are no randomized controlled trials that show that bone broth or collagen supplementation is beneficial for gut barrier function. Moving on to the next category of healthcare practitioners that some of these ex-vegans go to would be nutritionists.
I was working with a nutritionist. So yes, I actually did study holistic nutrition at the Institute of Transformational Nutrition.
And one thing to keep in mind is that a nutritionist and a dietitian are not the same thing. A dietitian is a licensed healthcare professional in the way that a nurse or a doctor is a licensed healthcare professional. A nutritionist is a largely unregulated term. In most places, anybody can call themselves a nutritionist, even if they have absolutely zero education or qualifications in nutrition. So you could be going to somebody thinking that you're going to be receiving medical care when instead what you're receiving is some advice based on someone's personal opinion or personal experience. Some nutritionists do go through like a health coaching or nutrition certification program. However, it's important to note that a lot of these programs are really short. Most of them are unregulated and for profit. And so there is absolutely no standard of education for those practitioners. And so if you have a health issue, it is really important that you go to a dietitian and not a nutritionist for that troubleshooting. And that's for a couple of reasons. One is that somebody with a nutrition certification probably does not have the education or the professional experience in order to adequately help you with that challenge. The second reason is that just like with functional medicine practitioners or other alternative healthcare practitioners, a nutritionist is a lot more likely to recommend an elimination diet even if it's not medically indicated. And so going to another nutritionist is often another open door into further and further restriction, which again can make the problem worse. The next category of practitioners that people go to, and I will say this is the minority of cases, are actual licensed professionals. So these will be things like general practice doctors, gastroenterologists, registered dietitians such as myself. And I do recommend if you're having an issue to definitely seek one of these. However, one thing I like to mention is that if you're having an issue with a plant-based diet, it is important to make sure that you're seeing a practitioner that actually has experience in plant-based nutrition. When it comes to medical doctors, well, they receive little to no nutrition training during their education, and they receive almost no continuing education after the fact on nutrition, and certainly none on plant-based nutrition specifically. So they're not a good resource to help you troubleshoot what's going on with your diet. Even gastroenterologists should really be referring out to a dietitian rather than providing nutrition counseling themselves. And when it comes to registered dietitian, again, it's really, really important to be choosy who you go to because dietitians specialize. Most dietitians actually don't receive any training or exposure to plant-based diets throughout their education. And in my experience working with other dietitians in the field and throughout my training, most dietitians don't know how to accurately assess the nutritional composition of plant-based diets, and they also don't really know how to troubleshoot one if issues arise. Many dietitians also view veganism as a fad diet rather than an eating pattern that may be functionally more similar to a cultural practice. And I think this is a big part of why dietitians don't seek continuing education in plant-based nutrition, where they might seek continuing education in different cultural diets. And so as a result, when someone comes to a dietitian having issues on a plant-based diet, they are a lot more likely to encourage their client to abandon that eating practice in favor of an eating pattern they're more comfortable with administering, rather than actually help them figure out what the challenge is and work around their eating preferences.
Especially if you have IBS, there's a good chance that a salad is quite literally the bane of your existence because those raw vegetables don't digest well, and then it leads to worse IBS symptoms. If you're vegan and you're noticing that it's hurting your body, it might be worth reevaluating if you should remain vegan.
And so it is really important to find a dietitian who is specialized in the eating pattern that you would like to pursue in order to get the best possible care. It's not the best idea to go to a non-plant-based dietitian for help with your plant-based diet, just like you probably wouldn't go to a bodybuilding coach if you need help training for a marathon. So in every single one of these ex-vegan stories, the vegans typically sought help from people who either, one, hardcore encouraged them to include animal products without really trying to troubleshoot their vegan diet, or two, led them into further and further restriction to the point where there were no foods left to eat except animal products. So once folks go back to eating animal products, they tend to have one of two experiences. The first experience is that they feel better pretty much overnight.
It started with salmon, but that first mouthful, it was honestly like my cells felt rejuvenated.
The first night after I had that salmon, I had a wet dream.
We sat down that night and we ate it, and for the first time, and I don't know how long, I was satiated. The next morning I woke up and I felt a little bit more alive.
And the reason why they think they're having this experience is that they're suddenly getting some nutrient from the animal product that they weren't getting in their vegan diet before. However, this is typically not the case, because if somebody was deficient in a nutrient, in order to fix that deficiency, you usually need very large doses of the nutrient in question administered every day, and a typical repletion protocol is usually anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks before you see that deficiency start to turn around. And so even if somebody was deficient in something that was in eggs or fish, it is very unlikely that there would be any improvement whatsoever from just...
So you go to Nate Teller's debate, Mr. on Israel, Palestine, or veganism don't dodge. Mr. Who? Who are you talking about? Thanks for that donation, Sego.
One small serving. A more plausible explanation is that if they were not able to digest these high fiber foods, and those foods were contributing to really increased transit time through the GI tract, and then suddenly they're having animal products which don't contain fiber and digest more slowly, that they'd be able to absorb more of the nutrition. However, it's still unlikely that they would feel that drastically different after just 1 or 2 servings, because the amount of calories and nutrients that they're probably getting from that small amount that they were testing is probably not substantial enough to really make a difference in their calorie or nutrient intake. And so I would say, having worked with a lot of people who are coming back from malnutrition, that most likely this rapid turnaround and improvement in symptoms is probably placebo. Second experience people have is that they don't feel better right away, but they slowly feel better over time.
Still not fully there yet, so I am still on this gut health journey.
I just believed that this could be the thing that could help, and so I just stuck with it. And it still took 3 months after I started to consume animal products again until I felt any difference, right? So for the following 90 days, I still felt awful. And while there still was really rough patches, and there still are really rough patches, I've overall just been doing so much better.
I think a big part of it is that a lot of people who do decide to add back animal products are, one, having a lower fiber diet, which is likely helping them to not exacerbate the inflammation that they have in their gut. So they're probably able to absorb more of their nutrition that way. And 2, they commit to staying the course. So once they've added the animal products back in, it's probably the most stable their diet has been in a really long time, because they stop hopping from cleanse to cleanse to detox to detox. And the other factor is that their diet had been so restrictive before that they hadn't been able to eat a lot functionally or eat much that was calorie dense, or if they had voluntarily been on a vegetable heavy diet for the pursuit of weight loss, and now adding an animal products has raised the calorie load of their diet, well, they're most likely going to start feeling better because they're actually meeting their energy needs. So how can we avoid these pitfalls and make sure that we are eating a vegan diet?
How old is your cat? I have 2 cats. I think Prismo's 3 years old now, and Bimo is, I think 10 months or 11 months? I don't know if she's a full year yet.
That is nutritious, that supports our well-being and health, that we can thrive on over the long term. Number 1, don't just eat fruits and vegetables. You're probably going to struggle if that is the predominant components of your diet. You really want to make sure that you are including whole grains, beans, nuts, seeds, etc. Number 2, maintain the widest variety.
Actually, she might be younger. She might be around 8 months.
Of foods you possibly can. I would not recommend eliminating any other foods unless you have an allergy or it is under the direction of a healthcare practitioner that has experience in plant-based nutrition. Number 3, make sure that you're eating enough. If you are feeling tired and lethargic and have
Sego donated $2. It was a typo. I meant debate me. Drop Discord. Oh my god. This is gonna be just fucking fantastic. There's the Discord. What the hell do you want?
Oh, just let me connect. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to ask you a question. So is your stance, anyone who like has any sort of criticism about Israel, do you automatically think they're anti-Semitic?
No. If their criticisms are not based on any objective facts, so like the starvation thing, then I will likely lean towards them being anti-Semitic. And especially when there's, sorry, wait, I'm not done talking. Especially when there's multiple different avenues of misinformation they go down, that's clearly Hamas propaganda. And on top of that, they have conspiratorial beliefs against Jews. So like Netanyahu having some like devious plan, giving aid money to Hamas back in 2006. He wasn't trying to actually help Palestinian people. He was trying to create some sort of scenario where he could eventually like kill them all or something. Then yeah, that's absolutely definitive proof they're anti-Semitic.
So, but you admitted earlier, you said 40 people died of starvation. So would you consider that Hamas propaganda?
No, it's fuck. That's an objective fact that a little over 40 people, I think it's like 42 is the exact estimate. That's just an objective fact. What isn't an objective fact is that there's mass starvation and famine.
So you'd agree there's 42 rights violations?
No.
So if someone were to complain and say 40 people died of starvation, would you not say so? Is that Hamas propaganda? Yes or no?
Why? No, I just said no, so I don't know why the fuck you're asking me that twice. How is that a rights violation?
Because if anyone criticizes Israel, you just call.
No,
So it's
I
not
just
someone
explained my
dying, not
criteria
anti-Semitic?
for determining whether somebody is anti-Semitic. If they're sharing information that is Hamas propaganda, is not based on objective fact, the objective facts clearly go against their position. So the claim that Israel's indiscriminately bombing. Again, absolutely no evidence of that. When you look at militant civilian casualty
No evidence of
ratios,
that?
they're doing highly discriminate bombing of militants. If they're sharing misinformation like that, then yeah, that raises an eyebrow that they're anti-Semitic. If they're sharing like multiple avenues of misinformation about militant civilian casualty ratios, about starvation, about the transfer of aid, about the nature of the war, then if all those things align, then I'm going to probably think they're anti-Semitic. But especially when you add on top of that, they have conspiratorial beliefs against Jews, then yeah, they're absolutely anti-Semitic.
And so another question. So if there was one Hamas person in Iran, do you think it's okay for Israel to nuke Iran because there's one Hamas person?
They didn't
Do you
nuke
think that's?
Iran.
I don't know, I'm just giving you. Don't you use hypotheticals? Why
Okay,
can't
so
you say
are you asking me a hypothetical question, or are you asking me a
Yeah,
question
like
about
would
description?
you be okay if there's one Hamas person in Iran?
No,
You think it's okay for
no, because
Why
that
not?
would lead to far too many civilian casualties.
Oh, so now you care about human casualties.
When have I ever said I don't care about civilian casualties?
You literally said Israel is not discriminately bombing. Did you see what happened? They bombed the school yesterday.
I said Israel is discriminately bombing. I said they're not indiscriminately bombing. Do you know the difference between discriminate and indiscriminate?
No, your Canadian voice caught me off guard.
Okay.
So you think it's not okay to bomb Iran for one Hamas militant?
Depends on what the bomb is. If it's a low yield explosive and it's a laser guided tactical strike, then sure.
Damn, I love those. What about the Qassam rockets? Can you explain to me how they're made? I love all those military buzzwords you use. You just live in your
They're
little
called Qassam
basement.
rockets.
You live in your basement. You don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh, that's great.
And also, I'm vegan. What's your definition of veganism?
Like, what does this have to do with Israel-Palestine?
Because I just want to know your definition of veganism.
I don't fucking care
to.
I don't care to discuss that with you. What does this have to do with Israel-Palestine?
Well, I just wanted to know your stance because you think anyone.
I don't care to discuss that with you. What other stupid shit do you want to talk about Israel-Palestine?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's funny how anyone who criticizes Israel, they're automatically you go to the link. Oh, you hate Jews. You hate Jews. You just use that buzzword.
I
you
just
the word
told you what my criteria is for establishing whether or not somebody's anti-Semitic if they criticize Israel.
So, if someone thinks Netanyahu's a bad person, are they anti-Semitic?
No, I think he's a bad person. Really? He is similar to Donald Trump in which he wants to get rid of the democratic process.
Not because he kills people.
No, everybody he's responsible for killing seems to have deserved to die.
Then you're just anti-Semitic. How can you say that? He's protecting his country. You anti-Semitic. Is it because he's Jewish? You don't like him protecting his country?
I just told you the criteria in which I determine whether or not somebody's an anti-Semite for criticizing Israel.
You're the one that's anti-Semitic. You think Netanyahu should die for
protecting his country? On my criteria, what have I said about Netanyahu that would be anti-Semitic?
Is it because they're Jewish?
So based on my criteria of determining anti-Semitism, how does my criticism of Netanyahu okay, well, he left. Okay, well, that's exactly what I expected. Somebody who doesn't have a fucking argument.
Appetit. The first thing to troubleshoot is whether or not you're actually eating enough calories. Number 4, be open to processed foods. And what I mean by processed foods is not something like Oreos necessarily. It's things like breads, pastas, tofu, potentially things like mock meat.
Congrats on the bench PR. was more inspirational than some of the recent Olympic highlights. What are your next fitness plans?
Well, right now I'm just dieting, and I'm trying to build up my quads, so just want to get lean, get some better lower body strength, and that's it for the time being. But thanks, Psych Out. Appreciate the donation.
Because if a lot of these YouTubers had actually been open to those foods, it is quite possible that they would be able to design a diet that was low enough in fiber to allow their gut to heal and reduce its inflammation while providing enough calories and nutrition to keep them feeling good. There's absolutely a role for these foods, particularly if you're having certain issues. But when we start to have moral judgments around them and we close them off because of certain beliefs that we have around the purity of them, that is when we back ourselves into a corner, and the only way out is to include animal products. Next up, don't jump around from diet pattern to diet pattern doing elimination diets, cleanses, detoxes, etc. In fact, I would encourage you not to do any of that unless it is absolutely necessary. It is a last resort, and it is under the supervision of a licensed medical professional. Next up is to choose the right professionals if you're having issues. Make sure that you are choosing a healthcare team or medical professionals that have experience troubleshooting the diet that you would like to be following. And last up, if you are concerned that you are having deficiencies, don't assume that you do because you have cravings. Actually get tested. All right, so that's what I've got for you. Let me know if any of you guys have had any challenges with your vegan diet, or if you have any questions about vegan diets that you'd like.
You guys hear about this? It's getting real, folks. Did you know that it's illegal to not give Elon Musk money?
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
I was shocked by the evidence uncovered by the House Judiciary Committee that
Love the necklaces, by the way. Mama free speech. That's great.
a group of companies organized a systematic illegal boycott against X.
Mm-hmm.
It is just wrong. And that is why we are taking action.
Mm-hmm.
Today, we filed an antitrust lawsuit against the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, 4 of its key members, and the World Federation of Advertisers. These organizations...
How are boycotts illegal? You don't understand. It's illegal to not give Elon Musk money. What about that is so difficult for you to understand?
Targeted our company and you, our users. The evidence and facts are on our side. They conspired to boycott X, which threatens our ability to thrive in the future. That puts...
Don't you love it when you're announcing a lawsuit and rather than providing the evidence to your case, you just say the evidence for the case is on our side? Like you're not saying something like, we uncovered evidence of a document where they did this illegal thing. And it is illegal to boycott Elon Musk specifically. Don't forget that.
Your global town square, the one place that you can express yourself freely and openly at long-term risk. People are hurt when the marketplace of ideas is constricted.
Uh-huh.
No small group of people should be able to monopolize what gets monetized. This group...
All they have to do is play this clip in court.
Get your act together and clean your room, white boy.
You should get married young and have lots of children. Because life is...
I'm not watching that. There's a baby in the video. Thanks for the donation, Frieza is canonically trans. Is Frieza trans?
It defeats their case. Well, Annie, you speak out of turn because what you just presented is evidence of a billionaire who conspired to keep advertisers from investing in Twitter. You know, it's kind of a bulletproof argument. I think we even have video footage of said billionaire doing it.
Don't advertise. You don't want them to advertise? No.
And there it is, folks. What is that?
Well, there we go.
What do you mean? If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself.
This is after that big expose on how Twitter is entirely Nazis now, and Elon got flustered, really embarrassingly so, in my humble opinion. This is the interview where he had like a patch of unshaven neck hair, right? This was that? I think this was that. And he was like, well, if you are going to say that I need to do things for you to advertise on my platform, then you don't advertise then. I don't want to be beholden to any of your restrictions. I'm Mr. Free Speech Man. I'm suing you for not advertising on my platform.
is no match for the power of our users. All of you, the very same users that have driven usage of X to all-time highs. I joined X because I believe...
Why is she doing the hand stuff this much in a video where she's not? It's very weird when they do that, but they're not moving their shoulders at all, so they look like a Disney animatronic. Like, yeah, it's very lizard person coded. It's very, very weird.
In the power of the global town square. It's users like you, people of all backgrounds and opinions, who make X indispensable. You deserve an open platform.
She should cross her arms every time she says X, like the Wakanda, like this every time to really emphasize, you know, users like you on X are like that. I think that would be pretty good, actually. You know, you have to drive the brand recognition. Everyone still calls it Twitter. They're calling it Twitter even in like presidential debates, you know, like I feel like you need to sell it harder.
Where your views can be expressed without restriction and without fear. To all of you who have been part of this transformative journey that we're on.
She does have the crazy eyes a little bit.
Thank you. Rest assured, X has never been more committed.
Elias donated $2 natural niggery.
Parents, good afternoon, boys and girls. Shut the fuck up.
Hey! Not nice.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
You need to leave? No, bitch.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's out. Good afternoon.
Those kids probably do not have a good upbringing.
To innovating and expanding all of our global town square.
What is the purpose of this video? Who is this made for? This video is made to bait the positive attention of right-wingers, which is the only reason Elon ever does anything, because he's a hopeless ketamine addict who's currently going through custody proceedings, and he wants all the positive...
What do you use to log and plan your workouts? My brain. Do you use a dedicated workout tracking app, or do you just type everything into a spreadsheet? I just remember it. I don't type anything out. I just remember it.
Positive attention he could get. If he actually cared about the legal side of things, he wouldn't need this video. What he did basically was, the entire process has been this. Twitter has only been made worse by Elon's presence. Every change that has been made worse. He is apparently now threatening to introduce a UI where you can't see the likes, retweets, or comments on any tweet until you open it up specifically. So when you're scrolling through your feed, you can't even see like, oh, that one's viral, that one's like not viral, until you actually click on it. All of the changes that he's made, they have been to the benefit of nobody except him in terms of advertising dollars, which he has been hemorrhaging. For instance, you know how Twitter video now auto-plays the next video, even though nobody on Earth wants that? If you open up some 3-second video on Twitter, you do not want it to finish and then go to a next random video in a feed that you don't know about, you know? Do you know why that happens? It's because if you let it autoplay for 2 or 3 videos, it then plays an advertisement. Elon wants to milk more advertisement dollars by allowing video advertisement autoplays to happen from people who like leave their phone alone or who just like pass out with Twitter autoplay open. That's it. That's the only reason why. It was made worse specifically to milk a little bit more advertisement money, which he needs because advertisers have fled Twitter because it's a Nazi cesspit. Advertisers said, hey, can you make it less of a Nazi cesspit? And Elon said no, because he's caught between two, in this case, conflicting desires. One of them is he really wants Nazis to like them. If you go on his Twitter page, he spends all day replying to and agreeing with people on the far right. Some of the people he's agreeing with are literal actual neo-Nazis. I'm not even talking in the like euphemistic, well, they're white nationalist fascist types. I mean, like, he literally is just out there agreeing with everyone on the right. And the other thing that he needs is money. And these two desires conflict sometimes, like when he recently promised $180 million to Donald Trump for his re-election, and then backed out of it, even though he made that promise. Because that would cost money. It would cost liquid money, which is not something he has much of. So, did you see the CCTV evidence of IDF soldiers? Stoic Elliot, the thing that I did see CCTV evidence of was your chat history, which is now getting included in this video. Congratulations. It's rude to interrupt a segment with an all-cap spam of something you've already said. Proceedings, child custody proceedings with Grimes. I'm fighting for your free speech. Obviously, this loss, so it's 10%.
Yeah.
We got a lot of big news to cover today, but we should first give you an update on our whole monetization situation.
Obviously, the most important news.
So at the end of our previous episode this week, we talked about how our video is especially bad at talking.
So yes, we do have that to look forward to, but that's a nice segue into more Elon Musk news.
No.
Starting with yet another example of the world's richest and weirdest man attempting to influence the election. Here's CNBC with an article about Elon's America PAC and a website they're directing people to with their ads. The website says it will help the viewer register to vote, but once a user clicks register to vote, the experience he or she will have can be very different depending on where they live. If a user lives in a state that is not considered competitive in the presidential election, like California or Wyoming, for example, they'll be prompted to enter their email addresses and zip code and then directed quickly to a voter registration page for their state, or back to the original sign-up section. But for users who enter a zip code that indicates they live in a battleground state like Pennsylvania or Georgia, the process is very different.
Rather than be directed to their state's voter registration page, they instead are directed to a highly detailed personal information form, prompted to enter their address, cell phone number, and age. If they agree to submit all that, the system still does not steer them to a voter registration page. Instead, it shows them a thank you page. So that person who wanted help registering to vote, in the end, they got no help at all registering. But they did hand over priceless personal data to a political operation. Specifically, a political action committee created by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, one aimed at giving the Republican presidential nominee Trump an advantage in his campaign against Vice President Kamala Harris, the de facto Democratic nominee. The PAC's efforts to collect information from people using the idea of voter registration is a critical piece to its plan to make personal contact with these voters. America PAC is focusing on door-to-door canvassing in support of Trump, said Brendan Fisher, a deputy executive director at campaign finance watchdog Documented. I think it is safe to assume that the voter data gathered through these digital appeals are going to inform America PAC's canvassing and other political activities, he added.
Oh, cool. Great.
I need help registering to vote. All right, give us a bunch of information about yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, and bye. No registration for you.
There's probably...
But we'll be seeing you.
There's probably at least some amount of people that assume that they are now registered. All right, it said thanks. See you at the polling place.
Yeah. Seems like it should be illegal, but hey, I don't make the laws. I don't make the laws.
It's hard to tell when Elon tweets, the other night that it's now World War time or whatever, the time for war. I don't know if he's talking about the government looking into him influencing an election.
He's talking about his custody battle.
His custody battle. Yeah.
He's talking about Grimes coming for his kids.
I think she deserves them at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look. Very, very cool, but we do have more Elon news.
No.
It never ends. This man obviously has a litigation fetish, and he gets off on suing and being sued. We can now add another lawsuit to the pile. This time it's Elon doing the suing, and his target is all those pesky advertisers who stopped running ads on Twitter when it became clear that Elon was just going to let Nazis spew hatred on the timeline with zero moderation. As Elon wrote Tuesday, "We tried being nice for 2 years and got nothing but empty words. Now it's war." Okay, so it's the potential election interference, and then it's his kids, and now there's also a war on the advertiser.
He's got a lot of things to go to war over.
Yes.
And he's going to war with all of them.
Suing the very companies that your business depends on for revenue, who you've been trying to woo back for over a year, while also at one point telling them to go fuck themselves, literally.
Mixed messages.
It doesn't seem like the most well thought out plan, considering it sends a signal that anyone who advertises on your platform is never allowed to stop advertising, or else you're going to get sued.
That is the implication.
Yeah, or if you just never did it in the first place.
Thanks for the membership, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Start advertising on a website currently suing its previous...
Remembered my gayfication donated $2. How many years ago did you upload your first YouTube video on the Vegan Gains channel? Will you ever upload to the That'll Learn Ya channel again? I'm not sure. I've been on YouTube like what, 8-9 years? Something like that. I'm not sure. But it's been almost 10 years. But I might not. I don't know. I can't tell you. I have no idea. Thanks for the donation. Remembered my gayification.
These advertisers for no longer advertising there. Seems like more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah. But hey, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out. I mean, I think the first piece of evidence is just going to be this clip.
Go yourself. Is that clear?
He told them to leave if they wanted to.
Yeah, he told them to leave.
Yeah.
He was very colorful about it.
Anyways, the lawsuit was announced not by Elon, but in a video featuring Linda Yaccarino, who clearly had some trouble with the question, what do I do with my hands?
Turns out, what do you do with your hands? Everything. You put on a, pretend, you know, they tell you this in acting classes, like pretend the audience can't even hear you. Pretend you're performing for an audience of deaf people. How would they know what you mean? By your movements.
Gotta use the hands.
So yeah, she's really doing what those hands.
And she's got a cool free speech necklace too.
Yeah.
Very.
Vegan meal donators, did you ban me because you think I'm RC? Now I banned you because you're an annoying jackass. I'm not even him, lol, just a fan, but I would never troll you. You did. I saw it. And I don't condone things like this, so I can be unbanned, please. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Very edgy.
I think this might be like, it's so funny. She's had this job for so long, but I think this is the most footage I've actually seen of her speaking and moving. It's always been pictures and quotes.
She is still, to this day, just a fascinating person.
Yeah. We love Linda.
I cannot wait, and I will wait as long as it takes to read that autobiography or a book written about her.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like she is actually a true believer. Like, her and Elon do see eye to eye on most things.
Damn.
Not everything, but...
You gotta start checking these people's houses for mold.
Yeah. How bad is this mold problem among the rich?
They thought it was gonna turn everyone into zombies, but it just turned them into assholes.
Yeah. So yeah, just on its face, this lawsuit seems frivolous. But what the hell do we know? So here's Rolling Stone with some actual experts' opinions on this lawsuit. This is a hideous joke, says David Balto, a Washington, D.C. antitrust lawyer and policy director at the FTC from 1998 to 2001 of the X-Corp lawsuit. The antitrust laws are a cruel and blunt weapon in the hands of someone irresponsible. They can do a lot of harm, but there's no conceivable way, he says, that Yaccarino and Musk can plausibly claim a boycott violation. It sounds like Elon Musk is engaging in a fantasy world of antitrust. Balto explains that the suit is totally inconsistent with past FTC actions, which are very limited. As the agency's policy director, he was the person who made decisions about whether or not certain actions were worth investigating and were anti-competitive, and he sees little chance of the suit surviving a motion to dismiss. Associations such as the WFA, he notes, have broad leeway to police products and make sure consumers are not taken advantage of and deceived, with years of precedent holding that this kind of conduct falls within a safe harbor and is...
I've been thinking about starting a YouTube channel. Do you have any tips to avoid the 300k subscriber ceiling you hit? I want to do YouTube, but I want to reach at least 500,000 subs. 300k for over 10 years is low-key embarrassing, you know.
Try to avoid breaking community guidelines and try to do more collaborations with other channels. Those are probably the two big things. Also, try to avoid burnout and, you know, make sure you upload consistently and try to, you know, adapt your content over time and take a close look at analytics, see what's working, what's not, see if you have to do some things differently. Those sorts of things. Other than that, can't really give you any other advice. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Raditz.
Is not subject to antitrust scrutiny.
It's not a question of whether or not Twitter lost some money, Balto says. It's a question of whether or not Twitter was competitively disadvantaged by their actions. There's no evidence in this complaint that they were competitively disadvantaged. This complaint doesn't even get into the batter's box, much less get the chance to strike out. Moreover, he considers the House Judiciary report referenced in the suit to be simply a farce, saying, they didn't do any extensive investigation, and I don't think it holds water. He notes that the committee has done practically nothing in antitrust for a while, so this letter comes totally out of the blue. Other experts they consulted were less certain about the case, but it still sounds like it's at best kind of shot in the dark on some untested legal territory, though it helps that X apparently shopped around for a judge and jurisdiction that would be friendlier to their case. And even if it isn't, this could totally be just a...
Vegan Meal, $20. How did I troll you? Because I quoted RC. You said the forbidden name over and over again. I saw it, so stop fucking with me. Wasn't even directed to you, lol. People were thinking I was RC, so I gave them what they wanted. Well, that's great. You got banned. Sorry if I annoyed you. Can you tell me how I did and I'll avoid it? Just want to enjoy your streams, man. I'm a fan. Well, if you promise not to be a fucking cunt ever again, then I'll unban you. Just give me a link to your channel. Thanks for the donation,
so it
dude.
gets knocked down and then we can play the victim again.
Yeah.
Like, do you see what the government bureaucrats are doing to your beloved free speech?
I mean, he's doing this in Texas. Like, seems like that's like one of the big reasons he moved there is because Greg Abbott's like, hey, Elon, we got judges that let you do whatever the fuck you want if you've got money. But even then, I mean, it just doesn't seem like a very solid case. And
either way, he wins.
And if he does like actually win the case, it seems like that sets a very like bad precedent for anyone who's trying to make money off of advertisers joining your platform. So guess we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah.
But in other legal news, this week saw one of the biggest antitrust decisions in decades when Google was found
Google is
to
a
have
monopoly.
an illegal monopoly on the search engine business. Here's the New York Times. Google acted illegally to maintain a monopoly in online search, a federal judge ruled on Monday. A landmark decision that strikes at the power of tech giants in the modern internet era and that may fundamentally alter the way they do business. Judge Amit P. Mehta of U.S. District Court for the District of...
Hello Richard, it's your boy from Outworld. Can you please react to this awesome show from Metallica in 1989? The show is raw, authentic and brutal, when they didn't give shit. Best part from battery at 150 in 20 seconds, thanks.
Let me take a look. 150/20. That is very good. Very good indeed. Thanks for the donation, Sub-Zero.
of Columbia said in a 277-page ruling that Google had a...
Elias donated $2. Let me take a look.
Today, but my mom is dead, so can you guys just pretend to be my mom for a minute? Okay, so guess what? I officially got hired in the ER, mid-shift LP. Oh. That is really... I got some big...
Was that supposed to be funny? Thanks for the donation, Elias.
abused a monopoly over the search business. The Justice Department and states had sued Google, accusing it of illegally cementing its dominance in part by paying other companies like Apple and Samsung billions of dollars a year to have Google automatically handle search queries on their smartphones and web browsers.
Google is a monopolist, and it has acted as one to maintain its monopoly, Judge Mehta said in his ruling. The ruling is a harsh verdict on the rise of giant technology companies that have used their roots in the internet to influence the way we shop, consume information, and search online, and indicates a potential limit of big tech's power. It is likely to influence other government antitrust lawsuits against Google, Apple, Amazon, and Meta, the owner of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The last significant antitrust ruling against a tech company targeted Microsoft more than 2 decades ago. This is the most
vegan meal donated $2. Okay, sorry for being a country under national tyranny. Sorry for being a fucking cunt, as you say. Won't say the forbidden word now, and I know it's bannable, my friend. Hope to not disturb you again. All right. There you go. You're unbanned. Wait. Yeah, you're unbanned now. Thanks for the donation, dude.
most important antitrust case of the century, and it's the first of a big slate of cases to come down against big tech, said Rebecca Allensworth, a professor at Vanderbilt University's law school who studies antitrust. It's a huge turning point. Also, another reason why all of these dudes specifically are very adamant about having a Republican in charge.
Yeah. The Republican FTC would obviously be a lot more lenient.
They would let
this
VB
kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, the Trump FTC is how we got all these media mergers that have shown themselves to be probably bad for everyone involved.
Warner Brothers stock has dropped to, it is very sad.
They're already talking about breaking up Warner Brothers Discovery.
David Zaslav just, you can't do worse. So look, anyways, yeah.
It's big news, but while the government has determined that Google is anti-competitive, it has not determined what exactly will be done about that. Mm-hmm. That's a whole separate process that also plays out in court, and it'll probably take a while, a long while. Mm. But here's The Verge talking with Vanderbilt antitrust professor Rebecca Allensworth and former FTC chair William Kovacic. A milder remedy, which Kovacic finds most likely, is an injunction that directs Google to cease the conduct that the court found to be improper. But even that includes changes that could range from trivial to seismic. Meta could demand Google modify its multi-billion-dollar deals with companies like Apple and Mozilla, for instance, which cement it as the default search engine on products like the iPhone.
Allensworth notes another potential remedy would be requiring Google to share data or even some search algorithm information with other companies. I think that has the benefits of directly addressing some of the stuff that the judge is concerned about in his opinion, she says. But Allensworth notes that courts don't like, for a variety of reasons, to force sharing between rivals. Whatever remedies the court ends up requiring, Google might not make them for a long time. Google has already said it will appeal the ruling. Appellate courts typically evaluate the liability and remedy rulings in the same proceeding, but Google could appeal a loss there to the Supreme Court, and it could seek an injunction to avoid any changes until the case is settled. Apple got a years-long reprieve from modifying its App Store rules in an antitrust battle with Epic.
So yeah, it's not going to destroy Google really in any meaningful sense, and it'll be a long time before this ruling results in anything at all. Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, pretty much all the biggest tech companies are facing antitrust lawsuits and investigations, sometimes multiple per company. And how things turn out will have a lot to do with how this election turns out and whether or not the FTC remains as committed to solving this problem as they currently are under Lina Khan.
Yes.
And there's even voices within the Democratic Party who are like, yeah, this Lina Khan, she needs to cut it out.
Those voices need to shut up.
All my donors are complaining that like they can't break the law. She's making it really hard. Come on, please.
I hope that this is a pivot point to where they just start listening to normal people and and they're like, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
We've been doing this wrong for a while.
But yeah, she's like Biden's like best appointment probably.
Anyways, that's on you. You guys got to vote in November now. Now that everyone's worked up, let's fucking do it. In the meantime, we'll be back, but we do have other videos for you to watch. Thanks again for supporting us in this very strange, weird time that we've had on the channel the past couple of weeks.
Interesting time.
But thank you for that. it means the world to us. And we do have more videos up here, including an insane but true story that has been solved because he admitted.
Everyone to hell. No. They were rioting over.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch.
Today
that
we are
Hamza
talking about the
video.
8.
Oh, I just gotta stretch real quick. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Many people's list of what they want to be doing with their time, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm expecting you're familiar with at least some of Vice's work. We're a very scattered news organization that does all kinds of stuff, and this would be what we're working on now, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it. It would be a 1 hour special, but as you probably know, we do all kinds of things. My focus is usually the Showtime show, which is kind of like our flagship show. But yeah, so if you don't mind, I can start by telling you a little bit about what we're developing, what we are hoping to, the kind of questions we're hoping to have answered. This movie isn't that. In a tangential way, some of the of masculinity, but probably elsewhere too. There's what it means to be. We've used tradition, interesting moment today, and say what you were looked to for Anne and boy to understand. How are we sort of throwing around words like anti-feminist, misogyny? Like, are we sort of attaching bad connotations to people who are just trying to get to the bottom of what it means to be a man, what masculinity is? And obviously, you're an influential person in this space, and we've looked at some of your work, and you've had some really interesting takes and point of views, which is why we're really excited to pick your brain a little bit and chat. Does that make sense?
I love the sound of that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. So, I mean, if it's okay with you, and this is obviously totally off the record, but we're just kind of like curious about what, first of all, like, how did you get into this space? What was it that you felt you had answers to that you could share?
I started by telling my story online, that I was a directionless young man who wanted to work hard but wasn't sure on what, hadn't received guidance. I didn't grow up in a single mother household, although many men in my position have. And without that guidance, life isn't so great. You get stuck in addictions, you're watching porn for 3 hours a day, you're smoking weed, eating junk food, got no friends.
No one watches porn 3 hours a day. You're talking about the top 1% of porn watchers. So that is not a normal, typical circumstance. So this guy had unique problems that is not typical of an average male of his age.
Obsessing and fantasizing over women, wasting time. And so it began as me just telling my story because I wanted to free myself. I literally just wanted to make enough money online so that I didn't need to work a job that I hated. And before I knew it, an audience started to build. People appreciated how authentic I was being because I apparently have no filter and I tell everyone my life story. And people appreciated that. And one step at a time, I ended up leading a global movement with a huge level of responsibility. Hundreds of messages every day, hundreds of comments every day, below every single video of someone saying that this work has changed their lives, that they needed some kind of father figure or maybe a big brother figure to guide them and to tell them that this is something that they can transform their lives, they can work hard, they can be disciplined, they can improve, and they don't have to live the life that they've seen perhaps their fathers or their male friends live. Because you don't see this much in the modern day.
So talk to me about that. What is it about this moment? And I don't want to say just boys growing up now, because I mean, I certainly feel it too. Like this is a moment of strangeness for us men. So what do you think it is about this moment and not 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago?
Yeah, very good question. I'd say two major issues that come to mind is feminism and the globalization of the dating.
You know what's funny? There was a Vice News reporter who wanted to interview me, and I said, okay, I'll do an interview, but I'm recording the conversation, and then they wouldn't agree to do it. So,
in marketplace. Feminism, it started with the suffragettes around 100 years ago. An amazing movement, very brave what those women did. And it's got now to the point where it's modern feminism is largely seen as anti-men. And of course, the internet makes this worse. You see the extremes from both sides, but men don't feel like they are heard at all. In fact, one of my teachers inside of my school, he often shouts and gets like angry when we speak about male health issues because he's worked in that field, and he says that women's issues are taken very seriously by doctors, GPs. We live in the UK, so there's the NHS. Men's issues, not at all. If for us three men here, if we have some kind of issue like you're growing breasts, the doctor isn't going to do anything unless you pay private. All women actually...
Yes, that's because it's a cosmetic procedure.
They know exactly what to do to feel their breast, for example, for breast cancer. Most guys have never ever been told once what to actually do to search yourself for testicular cancer.
If you have testicular cancer, you will know. The reason why there isn't this the same kind of thing for testicular cancer where, oh, feel your testicles and all the shit, it's because if you have it, you know. It's testicular cancer is pretty rare, and it's extremely aggressive. So you will have massive inflammation and growth of your testicles. Usually it's only one. And one will be clearly, obviously bigger, and it will swell to like the size of a fucking grapefruit in a matter of days. So there's no need for that, because if you have it, you know. What does testicular cancer look like? Let me see if I can... I don't want to just look up images on Google, but just Google testicular cancer. Why am I not even finding any images on Google? Well, you can scroll down, you'll eventually see some images. It's obvious when you have testicular cancer.
I don't know, do you? Right? There was an advert once I saw. 1/4 of suicides are women. Here's the women's hotline. So 3/4 are men. No talk. 90% of homeless people are men, 90% of suicides are men, 90% of workplace deaths are men. And this is not
Sorry, he just said 1/4 of suicides are women. That would mean 25%. And then he said 90% of suicides are men. So he just gave two different figures. One hand, he said 75% of suicides are men. Then he said 90% of suicides are men. This guy is just fucking brain dead.
a men versus women. I think it's very important that it's a men plus women versus the problem. But these days, there's such a rivalry, and I think it does start from one, we're seeing the extremes of feminism and men haters. Two, we then see these injustices where you see false rape accusations, you see men who have been divorced by their wives and they lose everything, and so men are so fearful of getting into relationships these days. And, you know, it's not exactly a problem of feminism, but there was something which was unforeseen, that when women can make their own money, suddenly the man isn't needed. Now, this is not women's fault. They're doing amazing for themselves. It's amazing that you've been able to develop these values and skills. But suddenly, the thing that would have attracted a woman to a man is gone. When a man's value is no longer based on his ability to provide, well, then what should he value in life?
Oh, it's so terrible. Women can work and make money, so now that's not a incentive to date somebody. Gee, maybe like being a nice person that you want to be around? Like, it's absolutely fucktarded.
No one knows the answer. And if
Gee, why would a woman want to date me if they don't need me for money? I am an asshole. I am irresponsible, careless. I only think about myself. What am I gonna do?
you feel purposeless as a man, you may as well go play video games, because at least you're getting some sense of purpose, brotherhood, achievement, competitiveness in the virtual world. And so you see this, and then this, of course, then links into the other thing I said, the dating market, because now we have this growing divider of men, where there's a top few percentage of men who are taking all the women. Or I'll say.
So this is just absolutely fucking idiotic. He's referencing a dating site statistic. I think this was from like Tinder or OkCupid or something. Something like the top 20% of men are dating like 80% of the women. That was the stat they shared. Who the fuck cares? It's a dating website. It's an online dating website. Like, most of these websites are for casual hookups. So, yeah, that's something you would probably expect, especially since the demographic of people on dating websites, especially sites like OkCupid or Tinder, are going to be different. You're going to get a large proportion of men who are fucking gross, ugly weirdos who are like, let's see if I can have sex with the girl, and then like most of the women are going to be a bit more normal.
In a different way, all of the women are going to these guys by opening up the sexual marketplace, by being more like sex positive, especially for women, which, even though like it sounds bad what I'm saying, when you do that, suddenly women will just go with the best guy that they can get, which they're not wrong for. Of course you would.
Sorry, I was under the impression that people have always tried to date their best mate choice. Like nobody goes out of their way to date like an ugly, gross, retarded homeless person.
Would. But the best guy that a woman can get is also the best guy that her female friend will get. And it's the same guy over and over again. And so there's one guy out of, let's say, 20 who slept with 16 of the girls in this the other 20 group.
Yeah. By his logic, every guy that has a girlfriend has to be a 10 out of 10 Chad. Like, you can just go outside and notice that normal people date each other, you know?
Group of the women. And so now all these guys here, these horny, lonely guys, their lives are they're not that good. And so you mix feminism with the globalization of the dating market with Tinder and Instagram. Suddenly the 16, 17, 18-year-old guys who, when you think back, you know, you just have a crush on the girl in your class or your workplace or something. Suddenly she's actually going to Dubai this summer to meet a millionaire there. What are you going to do? Competition's insane.
It's interesting. I mean, you touched on the majority of suicides being male, and there's all these different factors that my area of expertise. I'm European, but I've lived in America.
Oh yeah, dude, he's delusional. He's terminally online. The only couples that he sees dating are like Instagram models dating some random fucking dudes. He doesn't really go outside and like see how normal people live.
For a long time, like these deaths of despair have many different reasons, whether it's deindustrialization, the vanishing of the middle class, opioids, depression, whatever. There are these things that seem to outsize the...
Isel has some new vids about his stupid girlfriend. The fuck? Let's see. Oh my god. Dude, it's video after video. Let's see. Since we watched a few weeks ago, I'm assuming that's about his girlfriend. Girlfriend, 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 girlfriend. Girlfriend, girlfriend. Girlfriend, girlfriend. Like, bro, I've never seen somebody this obsessed over fucking X. What in the hell? This is insane. Like, this guy actually needs serious therapy.
On April 6, 2020, I matched with Abhishek Desikan on Tinder. On April 7th, we switched to Facebook Messenger. So, I had text messages with Abhishek April 6th, April 7th, April 8th, April 9th, April 10th, April 11th, and April 12th. 1 week. That's the time it took for me to determine I had no interest in having a romantic relationship with him. And I wrote to him as follows. I want you to try to find a woman in Seattle you can start a relationship with. As you know, I didn't block him. Just all tried to call me. Why am I going back and reading my messages with Abhishek? You know, I was disrespecting Zell.
I gotta get this in the background. It's an enormous stork. A stork or a crane. All right, hopefully the scale, the significance, and the seriousness of the female incel problem. And we do it in a strangely denigrating, self-serving way.
This guy literally looks like an egg, and he's claiming he gets mad pussy and girls are just fawning over him. Buddy, you're an egg.
People want to believe, as part of the 21st century cult of standards, the demands they bring to the mating game. Their standards are just so many chains that they've used to limit themselves. You know, maybe you can cope better with it And of course, maybe you can't. Oh, you're gonna get to see this enormous boat in the background. Puzzle. And what
Dr. Robotnik. There's no good orange. Is that all you can do? You can't, like, customize colors? It's not the greatest shade of orange. Red orange. That's probably closer. Yeah, he does look like Dr. Robotnik.
What the puzzle adds up to is a picture of bitterness and of regret that, you know, if you're a woman, no man can help you with that. That's not a problem any man can solve. No man can be wonderful enough, giving enough, caring enough, loving enough to console you for bitterness that, as I say, may relate to decades of past. It's all just a laugh. My own age is pointing out that.
Okay, he's still quite mentally ill, I see.
Affect men. But I wonder if another aspect of it is the way we men interact, right? Because you talked about how men's health issues, depression, loneliness, aren't things we talk about. But so is part of your job then to not only shine a light on these issues, but also teach us men to be more open among ourselves to, like,
video games. Just waste all my
and for each episode, or is
highlighting the
a team around you, like
I'm not sure.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go to bed now. But hope you had fun. Big thanks to everybody donating in Streamlabs. I will be streaming tomorrow, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.